the K-12 curriculum review and update, improving the learning environment, teachers upskilling and reskilling, and engagement of stakeholders for support and collaboration to move forward together as we prepare the education system for the future. The call for Sulong Edukalidad will continue, and we have built the framework of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the BELCP, to put the needs of the learners at top priority. DepEd's BELCP is the major response and commitment to protect the health, safety, and well-being of learners, teachers, and personnel. The plan aims to provide opportunities to continue education even in these trying times. With a BELCP in place, supported by an unprecedented number of diverse stakeholders from the academe, media, industry groups, NGOs, business and private individuals, Sulong Edukalidad will be able to sustain the aims in its reform for quality basic education. In our journey towards quality education, we have established the 4 pillars of aggressive reforms from the start, and we have been continuing to progress in these pillars. In improving the learning environment, we took action in the construction and rehabilitation of school buildings, ensured the availability of learning materials and equipment, and prioritized our last mile schools. The challenges of the pandemic also brought to light the urgent need to upgrade our ICT infrastructure to service the needs of education. In terms of the teachers upskilling and reskilling, we were able to establish more innovative professional standards for teachers and school heads. We have aligned the professional development of teachers with their career progression to track their development as part of the National Educators Academy of the Philippines transformation. With the launch of the Education Futures program, where we will be focusing on innovative actions and solutions to improve the state of our education, we are now more than ready to start a new journey and continue our fight for quality education for all Filipino learners. Finally, we've given high importance to the engagement of stakeholders for support and collaboration. In support of this, we have convened the Philippine Forum for Accessible Quality Basic Education, or the Education Forum, which will leverage other partnerships for education quality and strengthen partnership with the Philippine Normal University as the country's National Center for Teacher Education. The department has also been developing a professional development program for teachers and school leaders in order to equip them with the skills, materials, and data that will allow them to help their students prepare for PISA 2022. This intervention consists of the following components: online training for teachers and school leaders, development of learning materials and practice tests for students, deepening the analysis of the PISA 2018 results, and supporting school-level action research. Now that the year is about to end, our commitment to Sulong Edukalidad will continue and will be far from being gone. With a lot at stake, considering our new knowledge and experience from this year's challenges, we are equipped to face a new future. As we head on to the future where we will face many challenges and uncertainties, the department will always be the guardian of every Filipino learner's right to education.
Oops! Oo, kami nga, ang inyong mga teachers sa telebisyon. Mas madalas nyo nang mapanunood at makakasama.
Mas mahabang oras at maraming araw. Mula ikapito ng umaga hanggang ikapito ng gabi yan, ha?
Tumutok sa ating mga lessons na naka-video episodes. Manood habang natututo sa inyong TV. Ito ay maipapalabas sa IBC 13, Signal TV, ABS-CBN TV Plus, at GMA Affordabox Channel 7.
Kung hindi makahabol sa live broadcast, aba naman, subscribe na sa official YouTube channel ng DepEd TV para makapanood ng video episodes sa inyong cellphone, tablets, laptops, o personal computers.
Learning is a continuous process, and the Department of Education will continue to innovate teaching to make learning accessible to every Filipino.
Kaya para sa mga pag-asa ng ating bayan, ipagpatuloy natin ang pagtataguyod ng pagkatuto ng bawat kabataang Pilipino.
Ang komunidad at mga magulang ang kaagapay. At ang DepEd TV ang gabay at tulay para sa edukasyong hindi tatamlay.
Kaya ano pang hinihintay ninyo? Kunin na ang self-learning modules, papel at panulat, ballpen man o lapis.
Dahil sama-sama na tayong matututo habang nag-e-enjoy. Sulong Edukalidad. At ito, ang DepEd TV.
There will be no face-to-face classes.
We will be using our own teachers as broadcasters in this TV program.
Huwag kang mag-alala. Good morning, everyone. Are you ready? Yes!
of Education, in collaboration with the Department of Information and Communications Technology and the National Transmission Corporation, will establish the Public Education Network, also known as PEN, to address the problems of connecting schools to the internet. The PEN is in line with the President's directive to both agencies announced during his State of the Nation address last 27th of July 2020 to connect all public schools and DepEd offices nationwide. This also includes the prioritization of last-mile schools by providing them access to electricity and internet. The PEN started out with the connectivity program of DepEd, which was started in 2018. It was continuously developed until the final framework was finalized with the collaboration from DICT and Transco. The PEN includes the following major components. First, a redundant core network that will house all the education systems. Second, a wide area network known as WAN that will connect schools to the core network and allow them to access education systems without the need for internet bandwidth. Third, a customer premise equipment or CPE in each school that will establish a virtual private network or VPN. Fourth, a virtual private network to secure network traffic. Fifth, a caching device in each school that will improve the responsiveness of systems. Six, a high-speed internet connection from all available technologies that will be distributed by the core network to schools based on the actual consumption requirements. And lastly, the school network. It is a set of networking equipment that will be needed to connect all classrooms to the internet. The PEN is implemented in 6 phases, With its target success, the pen will result in the following advantages to the education system. First, it will allow teachers and learners to access the DepEd Commons and LR portal, which contain teacher guides, open educational resources, video and audio lectures, and electronic self-learning modules that are mapped against the curriculum. Second, it will allow teachers and learners to access the DepEd learning management system that will facilitate blended learning and allow teachers to create tests with PISA-like questions that will potentially improve the ranking of the country in the next PISA exam. The LMS will also facilitate distance learning, making the education system more resilient to disasters like the COVID-19 pandemic and typhoons, which normally results in the suspension of classes that rely only on face-to-face modalities. Third, it will allow schools to access the DepEd Enterprise Resource Planning Systems, or DERPS, that automates organizational processes such as asset management, HR transactions, payroll, procurement, and project monitoring. Fourth, it will support the implementation of TV and radio-based education by allowing learners to access a Netflix-like application that can be used to access video and audio lectures that will also be broadcasted through TV and radio stations. Fifth, it will allow the department to conduct a large-scale teacher trainings with minimal cost, as demonstrated by DepEd when it trained 337,486 public school teachers on distance learning modalities in just a span of 2 months during community quarantine. Sixth, it will substantially reduce the cost of internet connection by allowing teachers and learners to access educational systems that are housed in the core network through the wide area network without the need for internet bandwidth. Seventh, it will allow security management to be centralized and ensure that teachers and learners will be safe from cyber attacks and harmful websites. It will also allow schools that are used as precincts to send election results through a VPN that is secure and protected from external attackers. In addition, it will provide a centralized view of the entire network, allowing DepEd to automatically identify disconnections, even without feedback from the schools, and thus make the appropriate response to reconnect the disconnected schools. The Public Education Network is a collaborative project between DepEd and DICT that will modernize the education system and make Filipino graduates more competitive in the international market. It is an investment that is needed to respond to the growing challenges of a world that has grown more unpredictable and uncertain. It will be the foundation for the next generation of Filipino leaders and highly equipped, innovative educators.
Alvin C., one of the EdTech specialists serving you with happiness. In response to the United Nations Declaration of Paris in 2012 about the open educational resources, the Philippines' basic education is ready to fulfill its promise to make learning accessible and give equal opportunity to every Filipino. This is the birth of the DepEd Commons to bridge the gaps of having adequate available resources with the aid of ICT equipment and infrastructure. The DepEd Commons was a flagship project headed by the Undersecretary for Administration, Alain Del D. Pasqua, and Director 4 of the Information and Communication Technology Service, Abram Y.C. Abanil. DepEd Commons serves as an online education delivery platform of the department where learning resources, online review materials, and open educational resources, or OERs, made by educators are available, easily accessed, and where resources can be modified without having to reprint when such materials necessitate revisions or improvement. in cooperation with the Department of Information and Communication Technology, or DICT, National Telecommunication Commissions, or NTC, SMART, PLDT, and Globe, we can use the DepEd Commons for free, even without the data load or credits. It's more convenient to learn and study 24/7 in the comfort of your own home. The interface of the system is simple and yet very direct to immediately show the needed materials, which can be downloaded or viewed via a browser. Continuous enhancement and development were catered to showcase the abrupt needs of the end users. With the demands of technology in education, the DepEd Commons became top 4 as the most trending search in Google in year 2020. Aside from that, DepEd Commons ranked number 1 in the most searched topic under the education category in our country in the same year. The DepEd Commons has a total number of 15,190,182 unique users since it was first launched in March 2020. Today, you will see thousands of learning resources in the system to support the blended learning modalities of the department. In addition, the bright future of DepEd Commons will continuously shine as we embark and empower the public school teachers in creating world-class teaching and learning resources, such as electronic books or ebooks, digital magazine and worksheets, interactive online games, self-developed Android applications, instructional and tutorial video contents, and other emerging technology tools. As a support system in the online modalities, the use of learning management system is taking into shape. The DepEd LMS is an e-learning platform initiated by the ICTS to help and support the teaching and learning process in the controlled online environment. It was created to work concertedly with the DepEd Commons. Amongst the advantages of using the DepEd LMS are as follows. First, it is cost-effective. The courseware allows participants to access it in their own free time and reduces travel expenses, accommodation costs, and professional fees. Learning while watching the instructional aided materials enhances the soft skills of participants by doing the hands-on activity as requirement. In addition, a digital certificate with QR security code is automatically rewarded to a participant once a certain course is accomplished and completed. Second, consistency of training. The delivery and mastery of competencies is consistent since it is centralized, well-organized, and easy to navigate. It delivers a learning curve to all students by supplying a single source for content, course materials, and instruction with variation of activities that will enhance the skills of end users. Third, it easily tracks learners' progress and performance. It has the capability to allow DepEd to easily generate and consolidate training reports in all overall perspective. By utilizing the e-learning courses or online trainings, trainers can easily track goals progress, knowledge gains, and determine who have completed the course or who needs assistance and help. The Department of Education internally developed an in-house learning management system, namely the Professional Development LMS or PDLMS, used for professional growth and capacity building for teacher and non-teaching personnel, which is not limited to public school teachers. It is also available to private school teachers and even college or university professors. On the other hand, the DepEd Regional LMS or DLMS is intended exclusively for public school teachers and students within their regions and divisions to support the blended learning modalities in delivering quality instruction. To learn more and have a feel of ease in using this innovative system, kindly visit commons.deped.gov.ph for DepEd Commons. trainings.deped.gov.ph for DepEd PD LMS and lms.deped.gov.ph for DepEd Regional LMS. We will continue to innovate and transform the Philippine basic education in its target glory. Para sa bata, para sa bayan, para sa guro. Sulong Edukalidad.
Lola, alam mo ba, ayaw pa rin mag-school ng friend kong si Brian. Kasi daw may COVID pa.
Ano namang sinabi mo sa kanya, Apo?
Ang sabi ko po, hindi naman po talaga papasok sa school eh. Sa bahay lang mag-aaral hanggat may COVID pa.
Ano namang sagot niya?
Tapos sabi niya, paano daw mag-aaral sa bahay wala namang teacher sa bahay? Di ba nga Lola? Ano nga ulit yung tawag doon sa hindi naman papasok sa school pero mag-aaral pa rin?
Apo, ang tawag niyan ay distance learning.
Yun nga po, mag-aaral pa rin kami gamit ng computer. Di ba Lola?
Oo, pero bukod sa online, may mga lessons din na ipapalabas sa TV at radio para makapag-aral pa rin ang mga bata kahit wala kayong computer at internet.
Paano po kapag wala ring TV at radyo?
May ipamimigay na mga printed material ang mga teachers sa inyo.
Di ba po ang tawag dun blend?
Ako, blended learning. Ibig sabihin ng blended learning ay gagamitin ang iba't ibang pamamaraan ng pagtuturo gamit ang internet, ang TV, radyo at ang print para hindi kailangang pumunta sa school ng mga teachers at mga bata.
Kaya po pala si Teacher Rose hindi na rin kailangan pumasok ng school.
Tama, hindi na rin papasok ang mga teachers sa school para gagabayan pa rin nila kayo at laging tatawagan ang mga magulang para kukumustahin ang pag-aaral ng mga bata tulad mo.
Tumawag nga po
Ikaw ang pumupuno sa puso ko't isip. Mga salita mo ang dahilan ng pagkasabik. Nananabik, bumabalik. Ang mga alaala simula pagkabata. Pinapaalala mo sa akin si Ina. At ang mga kwentong pinagsaluhan naming dalawa. Nananabik, bumabalik. Sapagkat nasa iyong bantas sa dulo ng mga pangungusap, ikaw ang aking pahinga, ang paglaya sa emosyong gustong kumawala mula sa mga tanong, sa patamdam, paghinto, sa pagpapatuloy, paninigurado at mga baka siguro. Kaya sa pagkakataong ito, gusto kitang yakaping muli. Miss? Gusto ko ulit maramdaman kung paano tayo nagsimula. Gusto kong balikan ang unang salita. May I borrow that book?
This one?
Oo. Sana.
Sure.
Unang talata. Unang kabanata. Sapagkat ikaw ang una kong pag-ibig. Sa'yo ko unang naramdaman ang pagkasabik.
Good morning, learners! Welcome to DepEd TV. Are you excited to learn a new story?
Nananabik. Umabalik. Ikaw ang una kong pag-ibig.
Ako si Pam Villanueva na babalita.
Anak, sundin mo kung ano ang nilalaman ng puso mo.
Thank you, Tay!
Tay, naaalala mo ba nung niregaluhan mo ko ng mikropono? Ang sabi mo sa akin, susuportahan mo ko kahit anong gusto ko. Ang lagi mo pang ang bilin, anak, sundin mo kung anong nilalaman ng puso mo.
Ganda talaga.
Lagi mo ring pinapaalala na ako ang pinakamaganda. Mas maganda pa sa mga crush mong artista sa TV. Alam mo ba, Tay? Pinaniwalaan ko yun.
Ako si Pam Villanueva, nagbabalita.
Hindi mo naman kasi sinabing mahilig ka sa mga palabas na comedy. Yan tuloy. Umasa ako masyado. Hindi ko inakalang iba pala ang pamantayan ng mundo. Hindi ko napaghandaan ang sakit ng mga salita mula sa tao. Ganun pa man, hindi ko kinalimutan ang bilin mo. Tay, ngayong araw, maglalakas loob ulit akong sundin ang laman ng puso ko. Ngayong araw, tutuparin ko ang pangarap nating dalawa. Handa na akong yakapin ang pagkakataong ito. Ano man ang sabihin ng iba.
Good morning, everyone. It's going to be a long and hard journey. There will be a lot of sweat and a lot of tears. I expect a lot from you, but in the end, when you become teacher broadcasters, it'll all be worth it. Are you ready? Yes! Your task at hand is to deliver your lines straight at the camera lens.
Greetings, bright minds. I hope you're having an amazing day. It's me, your English learning buddy.
Good job, DJ.
Okay, next. Any volunteers? May nagtatago doon. Teacher Pam. Teacher Pam. See you.
Sa pagkakataong ito, paabaliin ko ang pamantayan ng mundo.
Magandang wika at maalab na panitikan sa ating lahat, grade 10. Narito kayo ngayon, classroom ni Miss Pam. Ang mamatanong na kahit sa camera laging umaanggulo, maniwala ka, kasamahan kitang mag-enjoy at matuto. Tatandaan, sa panitikang Filipino, abot kamay mo ang mundo.
Alright!
Haharap ako sa camera upang magturo, upang hindi lamang makulong ang mga aral sa 4 na sulok ng silid-aralan, upang mas maraming bata ang makaalam na ang mga pangarap ay binuo upang matupad.
Okay, teachers, dito nagwawakas ang ating workshop, pero hindi ang inyong training. Bye-bye!
Haharap ako sa camera upang magturo, para mas maraming bata ang makaalam na kahit matagal ang proseso ng pangarap, ang mahalagay umuusad. Tay, naaalala mo ba nung niragaluhan mo ko ng mikropono? Hindi ko to nagamit kanina. Pero, nagamit ko lahat ng paalala mo. Hindi na rin pala ako naniniwalang kasing ganda ko ng mga crush mong artista. Pero, mapapanood mo na ako sa TV para sa mas malalim pang advokasya.
Ang agwat nating dalawa. Dahil kung nakakapagsalita lamang ang paliparan, ikukwento niya kung ilang beses akong lumingon pabalik sa iyo nung araw na ako'y lumisan. Papalubog ang araw noon at dahan-dahan lumulubog din ang puso ko sa kalungkutan. Ayaw sana kitang iwan. Gusto kitang samahan sa mga umagang nagmamadali ka papasok sa eskwela. Gusto kitang damayan sa mga gabing nahihirapan ka sa matematika. Gusto kitang yakapin sa tuwing gusto mo nang sumuko dahil akala mo'y wala kang talento sa pagpinta. Ngunit anak, gusto kong ipaalam sa'yo na ikaw ang nagpinta ng buhay ko. Nang dumating ka, naging makulay ang mundo ko. Ang dating mga baluktot na linya ay naging tuwid. Ang dating madilim na larawan ay nabigyan ng liwanag. Kaya anak, gusto pa rin kitang samahan sa bawat mong karanasan, sa mga tagumpay at kabiguan. Sasamahan kita hanggang marating mo ang mga ulap, hanggang maabot mo ang iyong mga pangarap.
Hello, Ma?
Hello, anak. Sorry, kakatapos lang ng trabaho ni Mama.
Okay lang po, Ma. Kakatapos lang din naman po namin maglaro.
Mukhang nandun ka ulit sa paborito mong lugar, ah. O sige, ready ka na ba? Punta ka na sa DepEd Commons. Math tayo ngayon, ha? Saan na nga ulit tayo na ito kahapon? Sa problem solving na, di ba?
Anak, sasamahan kita. Kahit isang eroplano ang agwat nating dalawa.
The child embodies our ultimate vision that every Filipino learner will realize their full potential and ultimately reach their biggest dream, no matter how high, no matter how hard, through quality education. And as our learners aim to soar, we must continue to elevate our goals. Rising, the kite is our emblem of aspiration to deliver the brand of quality in Philippine basic education. The quadrants of the soaring kite symbolize the key reform areas in forwarding this cause as we embark on this aggressive reform to yield upskilled teachers, well-developed curriculum, improved learning environment, and responsive multi-stakeholder cooperation. Using the colors of our flag, the logo symbolizes our unity and serves as a reminder that it takes a nation to educate a child. Together, we as a nation will have to move forward and gain more momentum so that our vision of quality basic education for all shall take flight. Sama-sama sa pagsulong ng edukalidad.
Sa mga panahong ito, ngayon malapit ng July, dapat ang mga bata nasa classroom na nag-aaral, masaya, inihahatid ng mga magulang, but all these things at this point in time, wala.
Na kung saan sumalakay sa atin ang COVID-19 disease.
Paano enrollment? Paano pag-aaral? Sinong tutulong sa amin? These are worries very normal to parents like us. Paano ng mga batang to?
Gusto po namin i-remind ang mga ating mahal na magulang na sila po ay magtiwala sa Department of Education.
At wag po tayong magpatalo na because of this pandemic, ihinto po ang pag-aaral ng ating mga anak.
Ginagawa po namin yung lahat ng aming makakaya para na sa ganon ay tuloy-tuloy po ang enrollment po ng mga estudyante po. Gumagamit po kami ng mga Learner Enrollment and Survey Form o yung tinatawag nating LESF para na sa ganon makapag-fill up na po yung mga magulang na wala pong access pagdating po sa internet.
Para doon sa coordination namin sa mga stakeholders, particularly doon po sa pagbibigay ng mga learners enrollment and survey form, pumupunta po kami by barangay.
Yung boxes na dinala sa mga barangay po, na yung mga hindi nakapag-enroll ngayon ng online, doon ngayon i-drop yung mga enrollment form ng mga bata. At ang gagawin ng barangay, dadalhin ngayon sa school. At sa mga schools ang magpo-collect.
Masasabi namin na kami ay may kahandaan sa mga iba-ibang modality na gagamitin natin dahil hindi nga pwede ang face-to-face instruction.
Doon sa online ay nahihirapan po sila. So meron naman tayong tinatawag na modular.
Kami po sa DepEd ay hindi tumitigil kung paano namin may pagpatuloy ang edukasyon ng inyong mga anak. Kaya po, magtiwala lamang po tayo sa DepEd.
Thank you sa DepEd kasi kahit nasa pandemic tayo.
Marami naman po paraan na makapagpatuloy ang ating pag-aaral sa ating mga kabataan.
Ang ating kalusugan, ang ating safety, ang binabalanse natin.
Kami ay nananawagan. Alam namin na ang prosesong ito walang sapilitan. Ang prosesong ito ng enrollment ay ang final decision ay nasa parents, nasa guardians, at saka sa mga bata mismo. By the way, marami din kaming requests ng mga bata mismo
na nagpapadala ng mensahe sa Secretary of Education na nagsasabing gusto ko nang mag-aral, gusto ko nang bumalik sa school, gusto ko nang ipagpatuloy ang aking learnings. Mga bata mismo ang nagsasabi. Sa mga lugar na kung halimbawa sobrang dami na sila at saka umaapaw na sa mga quota ang mga batang i-enroll, maraming parents na nakikiusap, pwede bang i-accommodate yung aming anak? Pwede bang i-accommodate yung aming ako? Kaya kami ay nakikinig sa mga pananawagan ito ng mga parents. At kami din sa DepEd, nanawagan din sa mga parents. Kayo ang magdedesisyon, sa inyo ang desisyon, nasa inyong kamay ang kinabukasan ng inyong learners. Maraming salamat.
Kailangang magpabakuna. Bakit nga ba? Vaccination. Ang pandemyang ito ay kumuha ng maraming buhay at patuloy pa nitong nilalagay sa peligro ang buhay ng nakakarami. Pinahina din nito ang ating ekonomiya at maraming Pilipino ang nawalan ng trabaho dahil dito. Sa pagkatuklas ng bakuna laban sa COVID-19, nagkaroon tayo ng oportunidad na malabanan ang pandemyang ito. Sa tulong ng mga bakuna, ay may iwasan natin ang sintomas ng impeksyon at posibleng maiwasan din ang malalang impeksyon at matigilan ang pagkalat nito. Gayunpaman, gaya ng iba pang mga bakunang ginagamit sa nagdaang dekada, ang abilidad nitong protektahan ang ating komunidad ay tataas lamang kung hindi bababa sa 70% ng ating populasyon ay bakunado. Halimbawa, kung ang iyong barangay ay mayroong 100,000 katao, hindi dapat bumaba sa 70,000 ang dapat mabakunahan upang matiyak na proteksyon ang buong komunidad. Kaya ating tandaan, ang pagbabakuna ay hindi lamang para sa iyo o sa iyong pamilya. Ito ay para din sa iyong barangay, lungsod at probinsya. Aling mga bakuna ang gagamitin sa Pilipinas? Sa ngayon, may limitadong supply ng bakuna sa buong mundo. Sa katunayan, halos 80% ng stock sa buong mundo ay nabili na ng mga mayayamang bansa. Dahil dito, walang iisang kumpanya ang maaaring mag-supply ng 110 million na bakuna sa Pilipinas, kaya naman nakikipag-usap ang ating gobyerno sa 7 manufacturers. Sinisiguro natin na ang mga bakuna nito ay makakatanggap ng Emergency Use Authorization at kung may EUA sila, doon lamang sila bibilhin at gagamitin ng ating gobyerno para sa ating vaccination program. Nagbibigay ang EUA ng assurance o katiyakan na ang bakuna ay dumaan sa masusing pagsusuri at nirerekomenda ng mga independent na eksperto sa atin. Hindi mo rin kailangan mag-alala. Ang bakuna laban sa COVID-19 ay hindi magbibigay sa iyo ng COVID na sakit. Magkano ang babayaran ko para mabakunahan? Ibibigay ng gobyerno ang bakuna ng libre. Wala kang dapat bayaran para magpabakuna. Sino ang unang makakapagpabakuna? Dahil kailangan nating masiguradong patuloy na makakapagtrabaho ang ating health system para maalagaan tayo, ang mga medical frontliners ang unang makakatanggap ng bakuna. Susunod dito ay yung mga eligible na senior citizens dahil sila ay nasa greatest risk ng severe infection o kamatayan. Alam natin ito dahil sa ating lokal na datos na mas mapanganib ang COVID-19 sa mga matatanda. Ang pagkakasunod-sunod na kung sino ang unang makakatanggap ng bakuna ay natukoy sa tulong ng mga eksperto. Kailan at saan ka dapat magpabakuna? Ang inyong national government ay nakikipag-ugnayan sa mga lokal na pamahalaan upang maihatid ang bakuna sa inyo. Ang lokal na pamahalaan or LGU nyo ang maghahanda ng pagpaparehistro at pag-ayos ng schedule ninyo sa pagpapabakuna. Mangyaring abangan ang anunsyo at instructions na magmumula sa inyong mga mayor or governors ukol dito. Ano ang kailangan mo bago magpabakuna? Habang hinihintay natin ang pagdating ng mga bakuna, kumuha lamang ng impormasyon sa mga mapagkakatiwalaang sources. Magtanong lamang sa mga licensed medical professionals ukol sa wastong pagbabakuna para sa COVID-19. Matuto rin tayong mag-verify ng ating mga nababasa o naririnig. Tanging tamang impormasyon lamang ang makakapaggabay sa ating desisyon na magpabakuna. Ang inyong health history ay mahalaga din sa pagtukoy kung dapat ka bang bakunahan o hindi, kung anong bakuna o angkop sa iyo. Kaya naman, importanteng seryosohin natin ang health screening na ito. Magpakita sa araw ng inyong screening at ideklara ang inyong complete health history, gaya ng allergies o mga risk factors o mga sakit noon. Masusuri ka lamang ng tama ng isang health professional kung ibibigay mo ang mga hinihiling na impormasyon. Kung hindi ka naman sumailalim sa screening, hindi ka maaaring i-book o i-schedule para sa pagpapabakuna. Ano ang kailangang gawin sa araw ng pagbabakuna? Pumunta kayo sa vaccination site kung saan ka nakalista. Huwag kalimutan magsuot ng face mask at face shield. Bago ka turukan ng bakuna, kailangan mong pumirma ng isang informed consent. Sa pagpirma ng dokumentong ito, ay pinapatunayan mo na voluntaryo kang magpapabakuna at alam mo ang mga benepisyo at posibleng side effects nito. Huwag din kalimutan ang mga minimum public health standards habang nasa vaccination site. Katulad lamang nagpag-maintain ng 1 metrong layo sa iba at pagsasanitize ng inyong kamay habang naghihintay. Pagkatapos mong mabakunahan, ay makakatanggap ka ng isang vaccination card at malilista dito kung kailan ka nabakunahan at kung kailan ang iyong susunod na appointment. Mananatili ka muna sa vaccination site ng 1 oras upang obserbahan ka sa mga di pangkaraniwang na sintomas o adverse events. At dahil importante sa amin ang inyong kaligtasan, ay patuloy kang babantayan sa susunod na 1 taon or 12 months. Ano ang dapat gawin pagkatapos magpabakuna? Maaari kang makaranas ng side effects tulad ng sa trangkaso, pero mawawala naman ito dapat pagkatapos ng ilang araw. Huwag mag-alala, senyales to na bumubuo ng proteksyon laban sa sakit ang katawan mo. Karamihan nakakaranas ng lagnat o sakit at normal ito. Kontakin ang iyong healthcare provider kung ang pamumula o pagiging sensitibo ng lugar kung saan ka tinurukan ay lumala pagkatapos ng 24 na oras. At kung nag-aalala ka pa sa iyong mga sintomas o kung hindi sila nawawala pagkatapos ng ilang araw. Importanteng may ulat mo ang mga ito sa health authorities para maaral ng mga eksperto kung konektado nga ba ang mga sintomas mo sa bakuna o hindi. Ayaw naming mag-alala ang publiko ng hindi kinakailangan. Sa mga bakuna na meron tayo ngayon, ay kinakailangan ang 2 turok ng bakuna upang mabigyan ka ng inaasam na proteksyon. Kailangang magpaturok ka pa rin ng 2 bakuna kahit nagkaroon ka ng side effects. Maliban na lamang kung pinayuhan ka ng iyong healthcare provider na ipagpaliban ito. Paano ko patuloy na maproprotektahan ang sarili ko at ang aking pamilya?
Wala po.
Dahil ng ibang pagbabakuna, nangailangan pa rin ng oras para sa iyong katawan na bumuo ng proteksyon sa COVID-19. Pero tandaan, ang pagbabakuna ay isa lamang sa maraming mga solusyon laban sa pandemya. Kailangan pa rin natin magpatuloy sa pagsuot ng mga face mask, pagsunod sa 1 meter physical distancing, pag-iwas sa mga kumpulan, at madalas na paghugas ng kamay upang maprotektahan ang inyong sarili at ang inyong pamilya. Paano natin masisiguro na ang ibabakuna sa atin ay tunay at mabisa? Ang mga bakuna ay biological products at sensitibo ang mga ito. Maari lang itong magbigay ng proteksyon sa atin kung sila ay authentic o galing sa totoong manufacturer at kung sila ay naitra-transport o nakahatid mula factory hanggang vaccination site sa tamang temperatura. Hindi pwedeng masyadong mainit o masyadong malamig. Kung hindi, pwedeng masira ang bakuna at hindi na ito magiging epektibo. Bagkus, pwede pa itong makasama sa ating kalusugan. Kaya naman, siguraduhin natin na ang bakunang iyong matatanggap ay nagmula sa lehitimong manufacturers at naihatid sa tamang temperatura.
Tara, sa Vida Vaccination!
Until the COVID-19 vaccine is available, I will not allow the traditional face-to-face teaching or learning unless the risk of exposure to the sickness are eliminated. I cannot and will not put to rest the health and lives of our students and teachers.
Adapting, thriving, advancing. This is the face of today's education as we continue to forge ahead with reforms to bring the light of education in every possible way. This is MIMAROPA. In the race to excellence, DepEd MIMAROPA knows no limits. Curriculum and Learning Management Division has crafted its responsive learning continuity plan in the implementation of the curriculum in the new normal scheme. Targets are charted, tasks are made explicit, duties are identified. Through these regional initiated activities in the development of self-learning modules. Educational undertaking is a collaborative endeavor. MIMAROPA SDOs join hands to propel the programs and projects of the Department of Education. They translated their commitment to push education by contributing to the preparation of self-learning modules and learning activity sheets through potential, dedicated, and brilliant teacher writers following the health and safety precautions. The Learning Resource Management section also spearheaded various conformance review orientations to assure the quality trainings were conducted to capacitate and strengthen school heads and teachers on the chosen learning delivery modalities utilizing developed self-learning modules. And with all these concerted efforts and preparations, MIMAROPA is now ready for Q4. We make things happen. Education does not stop. This advocacy will prosper because we are one and serving with dedication, determination, patience, and resilience for dear clients, our dearest learners. The track is steadfast. This is because in the race to excellence, MIMAROPA knows no finish line. Handa na ang MIMAROPA.
The Schools Division Office of Marinduque updates on the initiatives for the Basic Education Learning Continuity Program, continuous printing, delivery and retrieval of self-learning modules. Teachers continue to print modules, activity sheets, worksheets, and other materials to the learners and students. The principals, district supervisors, and education program supervisors monitor the schools, the teachers, and most especially the contents of their worksheets and modules. Hand in hand, those teachers print these modules in schools or even in their homes using personal or donated printers and printing materials. Distribution of modules. Teachers make sure that no matter how far the houses of the learners are, they will receive their complete modules on time through the help of the barangay officials and other volunteer workers. Retrieval of modules is done regularly and safely with the use of the storage boxes to protect the materials from water or rain. To realize DepEd's vision to continuously improve as a learner-centered institution, continuing development and advancement of teachers in the basic education to learners, enhancements are given. Leadership enhancement training in Mugpog and even in the far-flung areas like Pilaya National High School in Buwak. Home visitation is an important initiative of dedicated and committed teachers. This builds understanding and trust, reduces anxiety and stress, and fosters positive cross-group interactions between educators and teachers who take risks in during this pandemic to help learners and parents in their self-learning modules. Remediation activities, tutorials, monitoring, coaching, and some other ways applicable to learners. Preparations for the face-to-face class instruction, classroom restructuring, orientation of parents or school heads, continuous monitoring of schools, and continuous partnership with the local government units and other stakeholders. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, kapag sama-sama, kayang-kaya. Sulong Edukasyon, Sulong DepEd Marinduque.
Here are the latest updates from the Schools Division Office of Romblon. In its race to excellence and providing quality education in the time of pandemic, the Curriculum Implementation Division launched the advocacy of bridging learning gaps and intensifying learning gains. In pursuant to DepEd Order Number 2 Series of 2021, the Schools Division of Romblon encouraged all schools to conduct intervention and remediation activities for learners whose grades fall under fairly satisfactory. Each school in the division stepped up their game and created their own projects such as Senior High School Pagtatap, a program of Romblon National High School for senior high school learners who need intervention and remediation to maximize learning. Senior high school teachers visited their students in the barrios to conduct one-on-one teaching for them to keep up with the lesson. Project BASA, Bridging Activities for Students' Achievement, an intervention program of Concepcion Sur Elementary School to address the identified learning gaps among learners, was also conducted. This program posed value on the importance of reading among school children. Teachers sent out reading materials such as storybooks and short passages for pupils to practice their reading skills and comprehension. For the sound implementation of the division's Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, the provincial government of Romblon, with the leadership of Governor Jose Riano, donated 10 million worth of printing equipment to be used for the reproduction of self-learning modules. This printing equipment are to be distributed to schools across the division. Schools have been stretching out all their resources just to meet the demands of the number of modules needed to cover all their students. And this donation with the provincial government will surely help in the realization of all our programs. DepEd Romblon is grateful for the support of its partners and stakeholders.
Schools Division Office of Puerto Princesa City Education Update. The city government of Puerto Princesa allocated the amount of 40 million pesos from the Special Education Fund for priority education programs in the Schools Division of Puerto Princesa City. The Tulong Edukasyon para sa mga kapatid na katutubo project, in partnership with the Office of the 3rd Congressional District of Palawan, headed by Attorney Gil Acosta Jr. and Department of Labor and Employment, the Tulong Edukasyon para sa mga kapatid na katutubo project was conceptualized and implemented. It employed 236 individuals acted as learning support aides to guide the katutubo learners in understanding their modules. Amid the call for academic freeze, Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones bravely discloses that education cannot wait, and so learning must continue. In response to this, the Schools Division of Puerto Princesa City positively took this challenge and started the Contextualized Learning Instruction Kit and later developed the Contextualized Learning Activity Sheets. Digitization of Kindergarten Storybooks. The Schools Division Office of Puerto Princesa City initiated and completed the digitization of creation of multimedia of 100 contextualized e-storybooks that facilitated the easy home learning of 5,425 kindergarten learners. Pursuant to the mandate of the department to provide a conducive learning environment for school children, the Schools Division Office of Puerto Princesa City, in coordination with the City Environment and National Resources, conducted school visits for the survey and titling of the native school sites as prerequisite for the processing and registration of special patents issued by the DENR with the Register of Deeds. Remediation and intervention activities. In support to DepEd Order No. 12 Series of 2021, entitled Amendment to DepEd Order 30 Series of 2020, the Schools Division of Puerto Princesa City conducted the 2-week remediation and intervention activities to 75 public elementary schools to address the learning gaps in order to meet the required essential learning competencies for the first and second quarters.
Magandang umaga, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Ngayon ay Martes, ika-25 ng Mayo, 2021 at kayo ay nakatutok sa EduAksyon, aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon. Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones, Virtual Regional Visit. Ako po si Janelle Roma D. Rodriguez ng DepEd MIMAROPA, bumabati ng maadong aga mula sa dialektong Asi ng Romblon. Bayad nga temprano ka inyong tanan mula sa dialektong Kuyunon ng Palawan. Sa inyong lahat, sa aming mga ka-DepEd at sa iyo, Kim, isang mapagpalang araw.
Mapiya kaaldaw, Ma'am Jen, at sa ating mga ka-DepEd. Ika nga iyan sa dialektong Iraya Mongyan ng Mindoro. Ako po si Kimandro D. Cabral ng DepEd MIMAROPA. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ngayon ay tunay namang isang makasaysayang araw para sa lahat ng taga-MIMAROPA dahil makakasama natin ang ina ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, ang ating butihing DepEd Secretary, Professor Leonor Magtoles Briones. Matapos niyang puntahan ang iba't ibang rehiyon sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, bumisita naman siya dito sa atin sa Southern Luzon. Hindi man pisikal dahil sa umiiral na pandemya, ramdam na ramdam pa rin natin ang init ng kanyang pag-aaruga kahit sa ganitong virtual setup. Hindi po, Ma'am Jen?
Tama ka dyan, Kim. Sabi nga nila, napakalaking tulong ng teknolohiya dahil nagagawa nitong ipaglapit tayong lahat sa isa't isa, anumang araw o oras. Kaya ngayon, samahan ninyo kami sa 2 oras na pakikipanayam kay Secretary Liling. Ating alamin ang mga aksyon na ginawa at patuloy na ginagawa ng ating kagawaran upang maisakatuparan ang adhikain na ituloy ang edukasyon sa kabila ng ating sitwasyon. Pagkakataon din ito upang pag-usapan ang mahalagang isyong napapanahon upang mailatag natin ang solusyon sa mga ito.
Mapalad po tayo dahil meron tayong EduAksyon na binuo ng DepEd Central Office, Office of the Secretary at Public Affairs Service sa pakikipagtulungan at suporta ng ating mga regional offices at division offices. Sa ngayon po, Ma'am Jen, ay live tayong napapanood via DepEd MIMAROPA Region Facebook page, pati na rin sa iba't iba pang social media pages ng regions, schools divisions at schools.
Nakatabay din sa atin, Kim, ang ating mga officials at personnel mula sa MIMAROPA, tulad ng ating mga schools division superintendents, assistant schools division superintendents, region and division chiefs, education program supervisors, district supervisors, principals, teaching and non-teaching personnel at iba't ibang stakeholders.
Makakasama din po natin ang ating mga undersecretaries from Central Office. Kasama po natin si Yusek Joslado M. San Antonio, Curriculum and Instruction, Yusek Alain Del V. Pascua for Administration, and Yusek Annalyn M. Sevilla for Finance.
Kasama din natin ang ating mga local media partners mula sa iba't ibang probinsya ng MIMAROPA, pati na ang ating mga kaibigan mula sa Philippine Information Agency, MIMAROPA. Maya-maya lamang ay makakausap ni Secretary Liling silang lahat. Sa inyong lahat, malugod namin kayong tinatanggap sa programang ito.
Welcome po sa lahat ng ating mga bisita at manonood. Kani-kanina lamang bago magsimula ang ating palatuntunan, napanood ninyo ang isang special video ng lahat ng strategies at best practices na nagawa o patuloy na ginagawa sa MIMAROPA. Partikular na ng ating 7 schools division offices na nakapaloob sa implementasyon ng ating Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan o BELCP. Ngayon naman ay ating tunghayan ang iba pang best practices at initiatives ng rehiyon MIMAROPA sa iba't ibang programs ukol sa COVID-19 response, ongoing vaccination and programs, learning and development, at iba pang health and wellness programs para sa mga teaching and non-teaching personnel. Ating tunghayan ang special video presentation na ito.
The Schools Division of Marinduque's initiatives to fight COVID-19, creation of visitors' lounge to avoid visitors from going inside offices to prevent the spread of virus, provision of contact tracing forms, availability of temperature check and alcohol for sanitation, creation and launching of online appointment system to avoid crowding, provision of the following items in each office: high-quality portable air purifiers, ultraviolet disinfection lamps, alcohol, hand sanitizers, disposable surgical face masks, and vitamin C. Initiative to disseminate information on COVID-19 vaccine by conducting virtual orientation to all STO school-based non-teaching personnel. Regular disinfection of all offices at the division office in partnership with the Provincial Health Office. Disinfections were conducted in all schools also with the help of the Provincial Health Office and the donated sprayer and chemicals from the Provincial Governor's Office. Kung sama-sama, kayang-kaya. The Schools Division of Marinduque. Division Vaccination Orientation. The SDO medical frontliners led the vaccine orientation in all 6 municipalities of the province of Marinduque with 183 elementary schools and 46 secondary schools. All public elementary schools, secondary school heads, and teachers were given vaccine orientations. The municipal health officers of each town were the guest speakers. For the Schools Division Office and school-based non-teaching and teaching-related personnel, Dr. Rachel Rowena Garcia of the Department of Health Marinduque served as their guest speaker via Zoom. On actual vaccination, there were 36 SDO personnel who have been vaccinated already and 5 teachers in Buwak.
Ito po ang aking first dose po ng Sinovac vaccine. Sige po.
The Schools Division of Marinduque, through the leadership of their Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. LCT Barrios, and Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Mr. Felix M. Fumaran, the SDO medical team and the Division Information Officer disseminate information on the importance of vaccination using different platforms as a way to support the community and the government fight against COVID-19. Vaccination in Santa Cruz and Buenavista is scheduled this week for senior citizen teachers with comorbidities to be conducted by the Rural Health Office, to be assisted by the Municipal Health Office and the SDO medical team. Protektahan ang ating pamilya, paaralan at pamayanan. Alamin ang tamang impormasyon. Magpabakuna na. Back to school. Ligtas na bakuna para sa balik eskwela. Kung sama-sama, kayang-kaya.
Bababakuna, magpapakuna ka na, ating labanan at pigilan ang COVID-19 tuksa.
Nakakatawa, Kim, dahil bukod sa pagtugon natin sa hamon na ituloy ang edukasyon sa gitna ng pandemic, naging masigasig din ang DepEd sa ating COVID response initiatives. Pero bukod pa nga po sa mga initiatives na yan, hindi rin pagpupuli ang patuloy na pagkalinga sa ating mga mag-aaral kahit pa hindi sila physically present sa ating mga classrooms. Katunayan po, kasalukuyang isinasagawa ang milk distribution sa Schools Division of Marinduque bilang bahagi ng kanilang school feeding program. Tunghayan po natin ang isang malakas na patunay ng kalatiang pag-aarga ng ating mga guro sa kani-kanilang mga mag-aaral, lalo-lalo na upang mapanatili ang kanilang matibay na pangangatawan at mabisang nutrisyon.
Maraming salamat po sa ating mga guro na nagbibigay patuloy. Kahit sa gitna ng pandemya ay nananatili ang kanilang dedikasyon at commitment na maghatid ng mga pangangailangan ng ating mga mag-aaral, kahit gaano pa kalayo o kahirap ang kanilang mga pinagdadaanan. Kaya sa ating mga guro, saludo po kami sa inyo.
Ngayon naman po ay tunghayan natin ang mga mensahe ng pagbati at pasasalamat sa DepEd, lalong-lalo na kay Secretary Liling na magmumula sa ating mga mag-aaral, kanilang mga magulang, mga guro, at stakeholders. Panoorin po natin ito.
Napakasarap namang marinig ang ganyang mga pananalita, Ma'am Jen, lalong-lalo na mula sa ating mga mag-aaral. Tunay namang nagkakaisa ang lahat sa DepEd upang masiguro na magpapatuloy ang edukasyon at hindi matitigil ang pag-aaral ng mga bata kahit na meron pa tayong krisis na kinakaharap sa bansa. Dahil gaya nga ng madalas nating marinig, it takes a village to raise a child. Ngayon naman, ating pakinggan ang mensahe ng pagbati ng ama ng DepEd MIMAROPA, ang ating Regional Director, Dr. Nicolas T. Capulong. Magandang umaga po, Ardinik, at welcome po sa ating programa.
Maraming salamat, Jim. Maraming salamat, Janelle. Ang aking pong paggalang at pagbati sa ating mga Normal Briones, sa ating project. Mga punuro sa ating mga kulang na at sa mga kaibigan po natin sa press, muli isang maganda po umaga sa ating lahat. March 16, nagbago po ang buhay nating lahat. Mga pag-aaral sa pampubliko at pribadong eskwelahan ay nahinto. Lahat ay nangapa. Lahat ay nagulumihanan. Nagtanong-tanong. Naghanap ng kasagutan. We were confused. Education. We all come together to consolidate all efforts, talents, skills, commitment from the central office, from the regional office, from the schools division offices, from our schools, from our national and local government officials, from the NGOs, parents, and community. We put our resources together with one objective in our hearts and in minds. Lingapin ang mga mag-aaral sa gitna ng pandemya. At sa gitna po ng kadiliman, dala ng pandemya, may isang ilaw na nagbigay liwanag sa sektor ng edukasyon. Mahirap, masalimuot, subalit ang kanyang boses ay naging tanglaw nating lahat upang maipagpatuloy ang pag-aaral ng mga bata. Ito po ang ating kagalang-galang na kalihim, si Madam Leonor Magtolis Briones. Upang lalo po nating malaman, maintindihan, at suportahan pa ang mga programa at aktibidades ng kagawaran, andito po tayo ngayon upang makinig sa ating kinagagalang na kalihim. I hope and pray that this activity will be a fruitful one to advance the cause of education and the welfare of our teachers and school officials, but most especially of our learners, who dream nothing but to have a brighter future. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo sa press con na ito at muli isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, DepEd MIMAROPA Director 4, Dr. Nicolas T. Capulong, sa inyong napakagandang mensahe. Ngayon naman po, upang magbigay ng napapanahong update sa isyong pananalapi ng kagawaran, amin pong karangalan na maipakilala sa inyo ang ating Undersecretary for Finance, Yusek Annalyn Sevilla. Magandang araw po, Yusek Ann.
Magandang araw sa ating mga kasama sa MIMAROPA. Good morning to everyone. Ating pong umpisahan ang pagbibigay ng update sa ating mga kapamilya sa Department of Education, Region 4B ng MIMAROPA. At kanina nakita natin si Regional Director, Dr. Nick Capulong, at ang kanyang OIC, ARD, si Suzette Medina, at lahat po ng 7 school division offices ng MIMAROPA. Umpisahan ko po sa Oriental Mindoro, Occidental Mindoro, Calapan City, Marinduque, Romblon, Palawan at Puerto Princesa City. I hope wala akong nakalimutan sa inyo at syempre sa ating mga media partners ngayon sa Mimaropa. Ang aking pong ibibigay na update ay para po sa atin internally to DepEd. So pagbigyan niyo po sana kami ng paumanhin sa ating mga media partners kung medyo financial updates ay para sa Department of Education. But it is really very important na maintindihan din po natin, although technical, ay aking pong i-share sa inyo sa pinaka madali na maiintindihan ng lahat. Okay, so we go to the financial updates. Ito rin po ang binibigay kong updates sa ating mga kasama ng mga pinuntahan na namin ng mga regional press conferences. Ang una po ay yung tanong tungkol sa salary increase ng mga guro. Kasi from 2016 to 2023, so today we are in 2021, you can see in the table that starting 2016, all government employees, lahat po na nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, nakasama ang mga guro, ay nagkakaroon ng increase or dagdag na sweldo kada taon. At makikita niyo po itong table na ito ay dahil po sa nagkaroon na ng batas, ang Salary Standardization Law of 2019, at yun po ay may 4 na tranches simula noong 2020 at inyo pong matatanggap hanggang 2023. Bigyan po natin ng example ang ating Teacher 1. Ang Teacher 1 ay entry level. Pag ikaw ay guro, ang una pong salary grade na iyong makukuha sa iyong appointment ay salary grade 11. Ngayong taon na ito, ang salary grade 11 Teacher 1 ay may basic salary na 23,877 kada buwan. Next year, ito po ay automatic na magiging 25,439 kada buwan. At hanggang 2023, ito po ay aabot ng 27,000 kada buwan. Entry level lang po yan. And you can be promoted to a Teacher 2, Teacher 3, Master Teacher 1, Master Teacher 2, Master Teacher 3, and then Master Teacher 4. At yung pinakamataas nga po natin na guro, siyempre yan po ay meron ng experience, meron din pong qualification na siya pong na ginawa niya, no? Based on performance and based on qualification, ngayon po ay salary grade 21 na po ito. At this year, 60,901 per month. By 2023, it will become 63,997. So ito po ay isang paalala lamang kasi batas na po ito at lagi po natin itong sinasama sa ating projection, forecasting na requirement ng ating Department of Education para po na pag na-approve na yung budget natin by 2022 ay guaranteed ang mga salary increases ng mga nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno. Hindi lamang guro, lahat po. Pero syempre, we're talking about Department of Education. That's why we are highlighting the teachers because we really do care for the welfare and benefit of the teacher. Now, kung mapapansin ninyo, from Teacher 3, pupunta na ng Master Teacher 1. At salary grade 13, ang susunod ay salary grade 18. That is the reason why DepEd not only is implementing the salary increase, the Secretary, Liling Magtolis-Briones, has requested the Department of Budget and Management to provide more career opportunities for our teacher. And therefore, we are creating additional teacher position. So hindi po magtatapos sa Teacher 3, salary grade 13. Marami na pong pagkakataong kayo ay ma-promote dahil nag-create na po tayo ng Teacher 5, Teacher 4, Teacher 5, Teacher 6, Teacher 7, and then pupunta na po siya sa Master Teacher 1. Hanggang sa mag-create pa rin po kami ng pinakamataas kasi kanina sa table hanggang Master Teacher 4 lang yon. Meron na rin pong Master Teacher 5. At ang Master Teacher 5 ang pinakamataas. From Teacher 1, Teacher 7, and then Master Teacher 1 to Teacher 5. Therefore, salary increase will be equivalent to your performance, to your qualification. Unlike the across-the-board salary increase na lahat po, bagong graduate, bagong pasok, magkakaroon ng increase, ay we are really looking for the equity and for the, of course, kung ano po yung deserving ng ating mga guro. At lahat naman po ng mga guro sa Department of Education deserves, you know, the the benefit that they really need. Kasi nga po, ang pagtuturo ay hindi po isang trabaho, kung hindi ang pagtuturo ay isang division, isang misyon para sa ating mga guro. So I hope that's clear. Automatic salary increase until 2023. And good news, DBM has already been working on the creation of additional teacher positions from Teacher 4 to Teacher 7 and then Master Teacher 5. Another news is that ating pong bibigyan lang po ng enumeration ang mga natatanggap na po na 2021 this year, may pondo ng mga personal services benefits. So this is about 2 slides. Again, this is a reminder of what we have been receiving because marami po sa mga kasama natin ay minsan hindi pa aware or hindi pa alam kung ano yung mga existing na mga aside from the salary ay mga natatanggap natin. Again, this is also true for other government employees, but there are benefits na pangguro lamang. Sasabihin ko po yun isa-isa. For example, every month may 2,000 po tayong additional na pera. Ang tawag doon, Personal Economic Relief Allowance. So kanina nakita niyo yung basic salary, plus 2,000 pa po yun every month. We also have clothing uniform allowance, that's 6,000 per year. And since last year, nagko-COVID tayo, and this year, the Secretary has allowed the flexibility to use your clothing allowance of 6,000 per your personal decision. Ito po ay pera na ating pong i-release, ibinabayad sa mga empleyado. They can decide to buy a new set of uniform or they can also keep it, no, at gamitin sa iba pa mga pangangailangan nila sa kanilang pagtatrabaho. So that's the flexibility that the Secretary has approved. Since last year, we have been receiving that clothing allowance every year, 6,000. May bago na rin po tayong design ng uniform para po magkaroon na ng, kung meron po kayong decision, personal decision na gusto nyo gamitin yung 6,000 to have your uniform, ay gagamitin nyo na po yung bagong design ng ating uniform for teachers and non-teaching position. Also, just recently, the mid-year bonus was given May 15 kasi May 25 na po ngayon. So I hope natanggap nyo na po or maybe processing for the others kasi meron din po tayong processing for the request of the cash backup. But it has been authorized through the budget law that our mid-year bonus equivalent to 1 month basic pay of the employee should be given by May 15 of the current year. Also, we have the special hardship allowance. The special hardship allowance, meron din po tayong news, kakalabas lang within the week that DBM and DepEd has signed a new joint circular so that the criteria of special hardship allowance will be easier to implement, plus including ating pong mga COVID hazard and hardship kasama na po dito. At meron pong hardship index that I hope Yusek Jess is around so he can give us the update kasi meron na po tayong hardship index. Madali na siya makompute, no need for documentation, and it will be processed based on the criteria of the special hardship allowance. Special hardship allowance is special for teachers. Okay? Honoraria for teaching overload. Okay, hindi rin po nagkakaroon, wala pong overtime pay ang mga teachers. Isa po sa mga concern and issue ito na ating pong ginagawa ng paraan through the Civil Service Commission and Department of Budget and Management. Bakit nga ba walang overtime pay ang mga teacher? Kasi po in a school year, 10 months yun, yung 2 buwan ay bakasyon. No? Ibig sabihin pa nagkakaroon po ng gap or nagkakaroon ng break ang mga teachers. But because of COVID, nagbago, nag-move ang ating school year. Nag-start tayo ng October last year at mag-end ng July. And we do not know when will be the next school year calendar. Mamaya, magiging usapan natin yan. Ay marami sa mga teachers natin ang nanghihingi ng overtime pay. We would really want to also give the overtime pay. However, we do not have the legal basis as of now. Because teachers are allowed only for teaching overload. And teaching overload is paid through an honoraria. Wag po kayo mag-alala. Si Yusek Jess din po, in charge of our HR, is working with Civil Service Commission para maklarify ang pagbabayad ng overtime pay, teaching overload, or service credit para sa ating mga teachers. Ito po ay inaasikaso natin. Another benefit only for teachers is the World Teachers Day incentive. every October 5. No, hindi niyo po makakalimutan kasi World Teachers Day yan. October 5, we give thanks to our teachers. And in our budget, there is 1,000 per teacher na atin pong binibigay as cash benefit to our dear teachers. Next is year-end bonus. So kanina may mid-year 1 month. Another one, this is 14th month pay, is another 1 month basic pay. And it should be given, please check the year-end bonus. Hindi po to as of October 31. It should be given November 15. Ano na lang po, paayos na lang po. By law, it should be by not earlier than November 15. That is our year-end bonus. Also, meron din po tayong RATA, Representation Allowance and Transportation Allowance. Binibigay po ito sa mga posisyon or mga functions na kailangan nila ng ganyan. May criteria rin po yan at sinusunod natin yan dahil DBM issued din po ito na guidelines at yan ay additional to all the salaries and benefits, but for a certain position or a certain function of an employee or official. Another one is step increment due to length of service. Kanina nakita niyo po no, may salary grade 11, 12, 13. So example natin yung teacher 1, yung salary grade 11 mula po yan sa step 1 hanggang step 8. Tumataas din yung sweldo. So kahit salary grade 11 ka, every 3 years automatic po yung step niya tumataas. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, 5 hanggang 8. Yun din po yung nakukuha ng ating mga teacher na hindi nagkakaroon ng chance for promotion or nagiging stable siya sa kanyang salary grade. There should be a 3-year step increment. Every 3 years, mabibigyan po siya ng salary grade advancement. Kailangan po tumataas siya. Next, sa slide will be another list of benefits and allowances. We are in number 10. This is PEI, Productivity Enhancement Incentive. That is 5,000 per year. Also, cash gift, 5,000 per year. All of these are subject to conditions of our DBM circulars. And another step increment para sa mga teachers na nagtuturo ng science and math. Kung yung nagtuturo ng science and math, meron kang 1 time 3 salary step increments. Depende kung saang salary grade ka na doon. And lastly, loyalty cash incentive, 1,000 per year of service. Nagsisimula kapag ikaw ay naka 10 years na regular employee. At your 10th year, you will receive 10,000. And then every 5 years, meron ka rin loyalty cash incentive. There are benefits also chargeable to MOE. Meron po tayong cash allowance para sa mga guro. Ito po ay 5,000 pesos. Dati po, last year, 3,500 ito. This year, nag-increase na siya to 5,000 pesos. And the cash allowance is given not earlier than the school year calendar. So, importante po na magkaroon tayo ng desisyon kung kailan yung susunod na school year calendar dahil ihahanda din po namin sa finance ang pagbibigay ng cash allowance para sa ating mga guro. Last year, this is 3,500, but this year, this is now 5,000 pesos. Also, there is a transportation and teaching aid allowance for our alternative learning service teachers. Ito po yung mga teachers ALS ang tawag kasi hindi po pumapasok sa eskwelahan na regular ang mga bata. Although ngayon wala na tayong face-to-face classes, so parang halos lahat din ay nagkakaroon na ng ALS. But these are teachers who are teaching yung mga out of school na po yung age range. At dahil iba po yung klase na kanilang pagtuturo, meron po silang allowances kagaya ng transportation and teaching aid allowance na 3,000 at 5,000. So iyan po ay ilan lamang sa mga ginagawa natin ng mga benepisyo at para sa mga suporta ng ginagawa natin para sa ating mga guro. Siyempre, kumbaga sa military, no, kung may mga sundalo, kami naman ay siyempre ang mga guro, kailangan nating alagaan at kailangan din magbigay ng suporta para sa kanila. Ito po ay nakalagay na sa ating budget and we are always maintaining the release of the benefits and the salary to be on time. In fact, during the COVID, last year, our Secretary Liling has issued the advanced processing of salaries to all our employees and to the teachers. Kaya po nakukuha nila ng mas maaga kahit po meron tayong pandemic or emergency. Isa pa po sa ginagawa natin ngayon ay yung payroll processing. Ang pagsweldo po kasi ng mga guro, ang nangyayari isang beses lang kada buwan. And this is happening because we are really a lot. 900,000 teachers nationwide. So isang regional office, siguro po on average 100,000 na empleyado ang kailangan niyang gawin ang payroll. Kaya nangyayari, isang beses lang kada buwan. At ngayon, nag-approve na po si Secretary through a memorandum that ASEC Mon and I sent to her and proposed that allow na natin. No? Let's allow the 2 months processing of payroll, especially for the division level. Pwede na po, papayagan natin ang division office na mag-process ng sarili ninyong payroll. Ihiwalay na kayo sa regional office. Basta po, ready kayo in terms of the process, the system. Kaya po yung readiness po or interest ng mga division offices to prepare your own payroll ay i-evaluate ng ating regional automatic payroll deduction system task force at ng ating syempre IT office para po matulungan ng mga teacher na magkaroon na po sila ng twice a month payroll or salary, hindi po kagaya dati na once a month lamang. Another good news for our teachers and for our employees in the DepEd is in preparation for the election. Our Secretary Briones has written formally COMELEC and requested for the proposed increase in your honoraria. Nakikita niyo po sa table na ito ang mga increases ng honoraria bawat role or function na inyo pong gagawin. At hindi lamang po sa increase ng honoraria, nag-request din po ang ating DepEd Secretary ng transportation allowance, ng food and water allowance, health insurance coverage, and of course, isa yung pondo para malinis at mabalik yung paggamit natin ng eskwelahan after ng election. Kasi nangyayari, nakikita po natin, syempre pagka election, ginagamit ng ating mga schools, ang mga classroom, but definitely we have to clean up and get it ready. Kasi po, aabutan na po yung school year calendar natin next year ng halalan ay nag-aaral din ng mga bata. So we have to really prepare for that. And the good news is the COMELEC has positively responded to DepEd and said that they will include the increase on honoraria and the other allowances will be discussed with the Department of Budget and Management. So let's wait for the approval of the budget of COMELEC kasi sa kanila po ito malalagay. Doon po mapupunta ang pondo at sila po nagre-release ng mga honoraria and other allowances related to election. Lastly, again, we will just remind, especially for MIMAROPA, sa inyo pong 7 division offices, I hope na-process nyo na, naibigay nyo na po yung mid-year bonus. Kasi ang total mid-year bonus ng DepEd, sa DepEd alone, this is 26.2 billion pesos. That means every month kami po ay nagpa-process ng sweldo na umaabot ng 26.2 billion a month. Dahil 1 month salary po equivalent yan. Also, we are reminding that the clothing allowance should be given kasi noong April 5 pa po natin inauthorize na i-process nyo at ibigay ang 6,000 clothing allowance. At sa total ng DepEd budget, ang clothing allowance is about 5.56 billion already. So, having said that, we just reiterate how big the department is already. We're reaching a level of 1 million employees already. And yun pong ating sinisilbihan na populasyon ay about 26 million learners. Kaya napakalaki po ng responsibilidad na ating pong dapat nagagawin. But don't worry, your department, your secretary is taking care of you. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Ann, sa lahat ng inyong mga nailahad na good news para sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga kaburuan. Ngayon naman ay ating pakinggan ang mga nagagandahang tinig ng ating mga teaching and non-teaching personnel mula sa Schools Division of Palawan. Panoorin po natin ito.
We are marching in the light of God. We are marching in the light of God. We are marching in the light of God. We are marching in the light of the light of God. We are marching, marching, we are marching. We are marching in the light of the light of God. We are marching, marching, we are marching. Marching, we are marching in the light of God. Siya hombre ko kanyang kwengkos. Siya hombre ko
Tila ba mga anghel ang nagsiawi? Napakaganda ng kanilang mga tinig, di ba, Kim? Napakasarap nilang panoorin at pakinggan. Talaga nga namang ang talentong Mimaropa, tatak Mimaropa. Mula sa magandang mensahe ng kanta, oras na para pakinggan natin ang mensahe ng ating mahal na ina na lubos ang paggabay at pagmamahal sa ating lahat. Mahilig siyang bumisita sa iba't ibang reyon upang kamustahin ang mga guro at estudyante. Pandemic man, patuloy niyang ipinapakita ang dedikasyon sa kanyang trabaho. Mga kaibigan, ating pakinggan ang mensahe ng ating butihing ina, ang ating kalihim, Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones. Ngunit bago yan, panoorin muna natin ang maikling video.
Hindi ko alam, Be. Huwag mo ko tanungin ang gamit na.
Leonor Magtoles Briones, a passionate educator, an adventurous writer, a gender advocate, a faithful servant of God, a trusted public servant, and a loving mother. She had her education at Silliman University in 1958, obtaining a bachelor's degree in business administration, majoring in accounting, and obtained magna cum laude at the early age of 17. She obtained her master's degree in public administration from the University of the Philippines and postgraduate diploma in development administration from Leeds University in England. She was also conferred Doctor of Public Administration honoris causa by the Central Philippine University in 2014. Liling has also been an achiever, as she was awarded with distinction from Leeds University, England, and obtained certificates in policy in public enterprise from Harvard Institute for International Development, Harvard University, and innovations in governance from the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, Massachusetts. Later on, she ventured into public service as secretary to the Commission on Audit and served as the National Treasurer of the Philippines. She also accepted the UP presidency nomination in 2010 that was initiated by the National College of Public Administration and Governance students and was supported by more than 1,000 people coming from the faculty and alumni through signature campaigns. She also pursued her life's advocacies, including fighting for social justice. As an established leader, she headed the Freedom from Debt Coalition. Briones was also a gender advocate who raised the level of discourse to address the plight of women. As a passionate advocate for social justice, she addressed the United Nations General Assembly in September 2005. In front of an international delegation, she bravely uttered to them, "Fulfill your promises, as the poor cannot wait for too long." She also became a party list nominee to the Congress under the banner of Kaakbay Party in 2012, which advocated for social reforms. She also served as a prominent petitioner of several non-government organizations and individuals which questioned the constitutionality of the disbursement acceleration program of the previous administration. Secretary Liling has spent most of her life as an educator. Whenever or wherever she delivered a public lecture, she taught like a teacher in a classroom. She became a researcher and professor at the University of the Philippines for over 50 years and was later conferred as Professor Emeritus in 2013 for her outstanding achievement inside and outside the university. A natural lover of music, she is also a member of the Manila Concert Choir and is currently serving as its president. With her invaluable success and journey as a leader and educator, she embraced public service and accepted the challenge to become the Secretary of the Department of Education of the Duterte administration. One of her greatest contributions to DepEd is the installation of reforms in the education system through the launch of Sulong Edukalidad, the rallying call for national effort to innovate Philippine education. Recently, she launched 2 books that depicted her life as an accomplished public servant and author. The first one was her biography, Faith, Duty, and Country, written by her friend and confidant for nearly 55 years, Dr. Proserpina Chit Domingo Tapales, a former dean of NCPAG, on her journey from being a poor girl from the Hulngan, Negros Oriental, up to being a public servant and advocate of education for all. Her second book, Boiled Green Bananas, is a compilation of her columns published in the Business Mirror from 2006 to 2016. To quote her supporters, "There is no shadow of doubt on Briones' probity and integrity." And until today, throughout her 80 years of experience, she shows how a true servant leader should be: ethical, dignified, and responsible.
Magandang araw sa ating lahat sa Region 4A.
4B.
Sorry. Region 4B. Apologies to Ardinik. Magandang araw sa ating lahat, mga kapamilya sa DepEd. I'm very pleased and honored to be with you. Especially since the members of the press and media are also in attendance. I'm trying very hard to limit the timing of my presentation so that there will be more time for questions later, which I would be very happy to answer along with my undersecretaries and other officials. Congratulations to Region 4B.
Yes.
Nakalimutan ko na ata ang aking alphabet. Paano na ito? Iba yung iniisip ko kasi because I'm writing already about the past 4 years. Nag-wind up na kasi tayo sa ating mga gawain at sa ating 10-point program. Kaya isip ko nandoon nakatutok. Anyway, salamat sa Region 4B for organizing this press conference. At saka salamat sa special feature, yung ating singing group na napakaganda. Hindi lang napakaganda nilang umawit, ang ganda ng blending at ang ganda ng damit. Kaya tinandaan ko yung mga damit nila kasi baka gagayahin ko o gagayahin namin ang style at saka yung approach. And it's really very beautiful. The songs are meaningful, and as I said, the visual impact of the fashion wear is also quite impressive. Thank you also to PAS for making all the appropriate arrangements. Thank you to all who are in attendance and also to our undersecretaries. It's really a great contribution that they're making. Every week they appear in a regional conference and talk directly to the media and to the public, and this is impressive. And it's sacrifice as well because they still have the regular duties to perform. So very quickly, one sentence lang siguro per development. Una, we are now, everyone is talking about graduation. I receive a lot of letters from local governments, heads of schools, seeking exemption from the IATF guidelines. Last night, I signed a DepEd memorandum on end of school year rights for schools in the light of COVID. as a public health emergency. And so very clear, we went through this several times because we want to be explicit para hindi mako-confuse ang mga schools, parents at saka ang mga learners, na sinabi namin dito talaga na hindi na una susundin natin ang guidelines ng IATF. Pangalawa, ang IATF is chaired by the Department of Health. Susundin natin ang advice ng Department of Health. And sinasabi natin na any face-to-face ceremony is not allowed. For a while, people were demanding or requesting na payagan sila, citing many reasons which we understand perfectly. But at this time, while we are in a public health emergency, then the advice of IATF and the Department of Health is very useful. Ngayon, another issue which is continually discussed, of course, is opening of classes and face-to-face. And we have declared in so many fora that it will be the president who will make the final decision. We will be giving him at the very least 3 choices for the dates. We will be making recommendations, but the final decision will be his. So ito, the third development which I would like to share with you, and I have said this again and again and again, that we have to move towards digitalization and other forms of sharing, other forms of developing our learners, because we cannot be totally or almost totally dependent on printed materials. And we have seen the effect of using a lot of paper, cutting down a lot of trees, especially during the last round of storms. We lost about 1.2 billion in printed material pesos, which have to be replaced. And we cannot be doing that all the time. Also, we are aware that printed materials are perhaps the most expensive tools that we can use. They're very, very useful. I cannot imagine myself without a printed material, but we have to limit this and move towards digitalization. I'm not talking about myself because I'm very poor in IT, and I prefer to hold the book that I am reading, or the music piece that I am also reading. But it's not about me being left behind. It's about our learners who have to catch up, and it's about our planet, our environment, with which we cannot afford anymore to be cutting down trees to make into paper, unless we have a substitute for mass production of paper, unless we develop that. But we have a responsibility towards the environment. So there are 2 new units which have been added to DepEd. One is the National Academy for Sports, or NAS, which is our latest and youngest baby. The officials of NAS took their oath of office last week, but they have been working for nearly a year. And the Secretary of Education is chair of the board of NAS, and they are strongly supported by senators, by congressmen, and of course by the Philippine Sports Commission. So in spite of the pandemic, we have continued with our work. Now we have at present we have the science high schools. We have the high schools for the arts. Local governments are also setting up high schools for the arts. And now and then we have, of course, our working relationship with TESDA for those who want to work immediately after graduation for their skills. And now we have the National Academy of Sports, which will be located in the original site of the ASEAN Games. And they are, the officers and the board are hoping that when we open school, whenever that will be, NAS will also open, and they're offering scholarships and all sorts of incentives, so that incentives, even as we continue with our regular high school curriculum for them as well, which we do, of course, in Philippine Science High, and we also do for our school for the arts, on top of the arts and everything else that we put on. We always retain the curriculum. So these are the new, this is a new addition to the DepEd family. Now, another addition, but it is on a much smaller scale, but with a huge vision, and this is our Futures unit. By futures, I don't mean the next election. By futures, I don't mean my lifetime. By futures, I mean maybe 30, 50 years from now. What will society be like? How will we look like? Are we going to have brain implants? Are we going to have robot teachers? Are we migrating to another galaxy, as one of our scientists has been insisting on? You know, one of my favorite writers, Stephen Hawking, was saying that we should already start preparing for migration to another galaxy, not another system, not another planetary system, but another galaxy, because it's only a question of time when we will totally destroy our own planetary system because of our many things that we do to our environment. So these are the things that the Futures Group will look into. Expect activity, webinars and discussions, because we like to hear from everybody, since we are peering into the future. Kulang na lang turban and big earrings, and pero hindi naman sa style ni Madam Auring. It's going to be scientific. I also mentioned that the DOST has created several units, several centers. First, it created a brain center to study the human brain, or I don't know if it will be the Filipino brain, but how it works, and how, you know, deficiencies, etc., can be corrected or whatever. So it's a brain center. Then the OST also announced the creation of a space center, which was launched a few months ago, but did not perhaps get as much attention from media. Maski na may pandemic, maski na may COVID, lahat tayo nagtatakot. I would like to say this of my fellow cabinet members: each one of us continues doing what our mandates are, in addition to fighting COVID and protecting employees. And this is what DepEd is also doing. Tapos the latest launching ni DOST, of course, is the Institute of Virology, wherein we'll have scholars and scientists and doctors studying viruses, so that we will reach a point when we will not be dependent so much on other countries, and we'll have the capacity to produce our own vaccines, and not be subjected to all the competitive noise that is going on and confusing the laymen and women. So that is a wonderful development, I believe. And because the OST has created these units, we must contribute very highly trained, competent, basic education for mathematics and science, of course. And this is why we are offering incentives. The OST is also offering scholarships. And by the way, I'm always reminded by the OST Secretary Boy de la Peña that since the time that we instituted the senior high school, the rate of those who are admitted or who win scholarships and SDB scholarships has improved very, very much. So that means stronger na ngayon talaga ang math and science natin. And so all those fairy tales about children, about how deficient our children are, we're doing something about it. And sinasabi ko nga, saan kukuha si Boy ng mga researchers niya, yung mga, even yung clerk siguro, or janitors, or what, administrative people. Kailangan talaga yung kabisado ang math and science. Baka kung anong itapo ng mga assistants na data, ilagay sa wastebasket kung hindi sila matutong magbasa. At saka kailangan na may training talaga sila maski high school. Oo. So this is a big challenge to us. We try to respond not only to the future, we try to respond also to what the other agencies are doing. Kasi kanya-kanya kami talagang tayo sa DepEd, pinakamalaki, 1 million tayo. Napahiya ako nung sinabi, hindi naman napahiya, na embarrass lang ako na nagkwento ang isang cabinet member na kanyang budget ay 2.8 billion. Hindi na lang ako nag-complain sa ating 650 billion. Kasi asiwa na magko-complain tayo na may mga agencies of government na nagtatrabaho din para sa bayan. So to summarize very quickly, sabi ko, ang issues ngayon ay yung graduation, yung enrollment, nandito na si Yusek Jess para magbigay ng numbers, yung matter of digitalization, moving towards technology, and then the new units na which are NAS and the futures group which is directly under me. So I'm ready for questions and we'll do our best to answer them. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Liling, sa napakagandang paunang mensahe na inyong ibinahagi sa aming lahat. Sa pagkakataong ito, dadako na po tayo sa ating press conference. Makakasama po natin sa bahagi ito si Director Nina Bianca Sanglay mula sa Office of the Secretary at si Ms. Sherilyn T. Lakindanum, Regional Information Officer ng DepEd Region Mimaropa. Magandang araw po, Director Nina at Ms. She.
Magandang araw. Thank you, Sir Kim and Ma'am Jen. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat, sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa atin live via Facebook, sa ating mga kasamahan dyan sa DepEd Region 4B Mimaropa, at syempre sa ating mga kaibigan mula sa press at media. Good day rin sa ating mga undersecretaries at directors na makakapanayam maya-maya lamang, at syempre sa ina ng kagawaran, Kalihim Yunor Magtolis Briones. Welcome! Ito po ang Edu Aksyon, Aksyon at Solusyon para sa Edukasyon, the Press Conference. Muli, ako po si Nina Bianca Sanglay at makakasama din natin ngayon ang ating Regional Information Officer, Ma'am She. Hi, Ma'am She!
Magandang araw rin, Director Nina. Nakakatuwa na magkakasama tayo ngayon via Zoom kasama si Secretary at ang atin po mga undersecretaries. At syempre, ang atin po mga media partners. Maliban sa ating mga media partners, makakapanayam din natin si Secretary at ang ating ni Secretary ang ating mga learners na ngayon ay nakahanda na para magtanong.
Tama ka dyan, Ma'am She. Ako, very interesting morning indeed dahil mismo mga student learners makakasama natin at they will be given the chance na sila magtanong ng kanilang mga baong questions para kay Secretary at sa ating mga guests din na USEC. Kaya, para di tayo kapusin sa oras, simulan na natin ang tanungan. Unang magtatanong, isang student learner, grade 12 mula sa Bansud National High School, Regional Science High School for Mimaropa. Makakasama natin ang Division SSG Federation President, si Zarina Servando. Yes, Zarina, ano ang iyong question?
Ayun, good morning po sa lahat. Good morning, Secretary Briones, and to all DepEd officials and partners. Ladies and gentlemen who are with us today, I am Zarina D. Servando po, a grade 12 student from Regional Science High School for Mimaropa and the current Federated President of the Oriental Mindoro Supreme Student Government. Kamusta po kayo, Secretary? I hope that you are doing well.
I suspect I am indestructible.
Ay, Secretary, ito po yung tanong ko na on behalf of my co-learners. So, Secretary, with our pilot school year under the BELCP for the school year 2020-2021 closing into its last quarter, we can say po that even after several difficulties experienced by the students, teachers, and stakeholders, this distance learning modality has successfully let education continue. Secretary, now that we have gained more insights and experiences about distance learning, what can we expect po kaya about DepEd's plans and action steps in providing even more inclusive education for the students with their safety as our best interest in mind?
Well, insofar as our policy of blended learning is concerned, we are continuing with it right now until the president will allow face-to-face classes in the various regions. And immediately, 1 year na our MANCOM and our regional directors, our executive committee have been working very, very hard to come out with the learning continuity program, because there was never any doubt in our minds when the country went into community lockdown that we will continue with education, whatever is the situation. Bakit? Sa panahon ng hapon na hindi pa pinanganak ang lola mo, patuloy ang education. Sa panahon ng wala pang public education, patuloy ang education sa mga simbahan. Sa panahon ng Kastila yon. So, ilang gera na ang dinanas natin. Ang pinakamagandang example ay yung ginawa natin sa Marawi, which was soon after we assumed office. Parang test yun dahil may lessons tayo. Nag-decide tayo na lahat ng mga bakwit kung saan man sila, all over, lahat na probinsya ng Pilipinas, may batang Muslim na kasama ang pamilya. Sabi namin, tanggapin lahat yung nila, yung mga bata. Tanggapin yung mga teachers na nagbakwit din. Saka na lang hingian ng documentation. So, maraming karanasan tayo na nakatulong sa pag-attend to the dangers now of the pandemic. Tapos, ang tanong mo is yung more inclusive education for the students, no? Oo. Kaya we are for this, of course. And this is why you have the last mile schools program. Yung mga schools, hindi kagaya ng school mo siguro, Charina, na malapit kayo sa bayan at saka madali ang komunikasyon. Pero sa last mile schools, ang layo-layo, nasa gitna ng laot at saka dagat at sa tuktok ng mga bundok, at saka isang room lang. And ako ay nagpasalamat na isang civic leader ang nag-call sa aking attention. Pinadalahan ko ng pictures. And so, yung question about inclusive education, we are addressing it. Na-realize namin that we have about 9,000 last mile schools. Ibig sabihin, tinanong ako ni Presidente, ano bang ibig mong sabihin last mile? What do you mean by that? And then sinabi ko, sila ang naiiwan. Oo, ang dami nating nagagawa, pero may naiiwan. So, yung phrase na no one left behind is also applicable. Yung sa protection ng mga bata, yung sinasabi mo sa mga developments, how are we protecting the children? Ang mga lahat na studies, since last year pa namin tinatrack, yung mga research studies, etc., nagpapakita that children are less vulnerable. Napakababa ng level ng infection sa mga bata. Kaya nga dito sa Department of Health, hindi pa sila nagsasabi na ang mga bata ay isama sa vaccination. Ang nila from age 17 and above. And I suppose that includes the senior high school learners. So, ano ang proteksyon na bibigay natin sa kanila? I think the other side of the question, Charina, is anong proteksyon mabigay natin sa adults? Kasi potential carriers sila. Although sila mismo hindi na i-infect, pero potential carriers sila sa kanilang households. Ang latest study nagpapakita na ang mga kasama ng mga bata na may infection, ang kanilang households are at risk. So kung mag face-to-face tayo, the risk will not be in the schools. Kasi kung todo gwardiya natin dyan sa school, nandyan lahat-lahat na pwedeng makatulong sa atin, local governments, Department of Health, and the DepEd itself. Pero pag uwi nila sa bahay, baka ma-expose yung mga, kung saan-saan man mapulot ng mga bata yung virus na ito, ay ma-infect ang mga adults. So yun ang binabantayan natin. So ang advice sa research na ito, this is April 29, very recent, this is the latest research. Kasi tinatrack namin ito lahat. Ang advice, kung sundin lang ang protocols ng DOH, we will reduce that risk. So, pwedeng, kung halimbawa papayagan na tayo mag face-to-face, we have to strictly follow the protocols. 7 out of how many, lang yon ng sinasabi nila, the usual, na it's becoming boring already. Sana may mga kanta-kanta kayo. I've seen African children singing about washing the hands and distance and so on. Kasi boring naman kung babasahin mo lang. Pero pag may makita kang nagsasayaw, umaawit at nakangiti, then it catches the attention also of the public. So, ayun. Inclusion, last mile schools. We are hurrying up the provision of facilities for our last mile schools. Secondly, on the matter of protection for the children, as I said, the Department of Health has not yet issued about children being vaccinated for COVID, because they know what is happening in many other places. Pero 17 upwards, they are encouraging, of course. And the concern is not only for the children, but for the adults who live with the children. Because, as I said, children they're really very blessed They are very blessed because they have a strong resistance for some reason or another. Hindi ko ma-explain, but ang mga doctors or scientists explain it very, very well kung bakit resistant yung mga bata sa COVID. And that's true also here in the Philippines. One time, muntik na akong hinimatay kasi mayroong headline sa isang local newspaper na the first victim na bata was 8 years old. Sus Maria Joseph, sabi ko, find out what is happening. Turned out pala, nagkamali yung pag-report, yung victim pa lang nag-pass on ay 80 years old. Tapos dinagay, first child victim of 8 years old daw. So we have to be careful about accuracy as well. So yung questions mo, I hope I have responded to them, Charina. Thank you.
Yes po, Lola Lily. Thank you so much po. And looking forward na rin po sana kaming mga students vaccine na rin.
Face to face tayo.
Thank you so much po.
Okay. Sunod.
Thank you for that question, Serena. We'll proceed with the next question naman po. This time coming from a grade 10 student mula sa Oriental Mindoro National High School. Andito si Jerome Clarence Benter.
Good afternoon po to everyone here, especially to Secretary Briones. I am Jerome Clarence B. Benter, a grade 10 student from Oriental Mindoro National High School. So, Secretary, we understand po the limitations of the current system, and we believe that it is a work in progress. So what intervention can we expect in the next school year, given the limitations that emerge along the implementation of the alternative learning delivery strategies on its first year? And will there be changes in the system, or can we expect any augmentation on learning delivery vehicles?
Yung in terms of expectations, andito si Yusik Jess who is in charge of planning. Gusto natin mga data natin verifiable, and we have to have confidence on the basis ng ating decisions. But planning this time is very, very difficult because it hinges on the success of our campaign against COVID, and also, of course, the consent of the president. So yung COVID, I don't know if it reached you out in the provinces. We were already going to implement by unanimous decision of the cabinet and the president himself. The president asked the members of the cabinet and sabi niya, I don't want to decide this all by myself. He asked the members of the cabinet, talagang 100% they were already for the pilot studies. Even at that time, that was several months ago, we were already prepared for such possibilities. Nag-identify na kami. I don't know how many from Palawan are compliant with the standards, pero nag-identify na ang DepEd ng mga schools na isama sa pilot study at saka sa face-to-face. Tapos this was followed by not only executive ang nagtulong o nag-contribute, may hearings pa sa Congress, sa Senate at sa House of Representatives. Pinag-usapan din itong pilot study. Walang tutol. At ang gusto lang nila, yung isang senador, sabi niya, nung nalaman niyang 1,900 schools ang nag-qualify, sabi niyang sobrang dami. Ang sagot ko noon, there are 47,000 schools, so 1,900 is a particular percentage. No, at saka nag-qualify ito. So we had to reduce them to, ngayon, ang na-identify natin, mga 300. Primero, reduce namin to 500 qualifying schools. Pero nung i-implement na namin, pumayag na si Presidente, pumayag na yung cabinet, unanimous, dumating si UK variant. So the President instructed us to put it on hold. Hindi naman siya nagsasabing forbidden already, but he was saying put it on hold dahil we were trying to get a handle on UK variant. So malaking papel Jerome, ang behavior ng COVID, the faster we are able to conquer or drive out or kill, I don't know, sa scientists yan, COVID-19, then the earlier we'll be able to start our face-to-face sessions. So yung tanong mong dito na ano ba, nag-prepare ba kayo? Immediately, nag-prepare kami. Nung sinabi ni President na ayaw niya kung walang vaccine, nag-respond kami kaagad internally, nagdebate, nagtrabaho, lahat-lahat para makaisip ng alternative. Kasi the basic rule, the basic policy of education is that it must continue. Kung World War I, World War II, panahon pa ng Kastila, mayroong mga schools, bakit hindi ngayon? Kung yung nangyari sa Marawi, naka-transport tayo ng mga bata at saka inabsorb natin sa iba't ibang mga probinsya, nagawa natin yan, gagawin din natin. Basta hindi lang natin tigilin ang pag-aaral ng mga bata. Kasi itigil mo yan ng ilang buwan, maano na naman, baka makalimutan o mapapagod ang mga bata dahil hindi na sila sanay sa regular classes. So, all possibilities iniisip namin dahil we know that the situation is very fluid. Ngayon, nandito naman yung galing sa India. Sunod pala sa UK, you have Brazil. So the external environment also influences our decisions. So we are always prepared for all possibilities and we respond agad-agad. Why is this possible, Jerome? Because the executive committee and the MANCOM committee meet every week. And sometimes even nung early days of the pandemic, 3 times a week. Anytime there is a change, I immediately call. Kasi hindi ako nagde-decide na mag-isa. Oo. So lahat na possibility we try to cover. Yeah, so that's how we are. We already know what is how. Like we know what are the latest studies, yung pinakabagong pag-aaral tungkol sa COVID. Alam namin kung anong ginagawa sa ibang bansa. Alam naman natin kung ano ang nangyayari dito sa Pilipinas at saka mga ambassadors nagko-courtesy call sa akin to also share what is happening in their own in their countries and how they're responding to the problem and also to give advice. So yun ang ating sitwasyon ngayon. We try to anticipate but it's really very challenging kasi bigla na lang may susulpot na ibang development. Ang pinaka-unpredictable, of course, is COVID-19. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you po, Secretary. Another question po.
Yeah.
Are there any standard national assessment tools developed po to know the effectiveness of the current education system vis-a-vis the learning requirements at the different levels?
This is a very important question, and I'd like also Yusek Dads to help in answering this question. Itong assessment is also a challenge dahil it's difficult to use our usual assessment tools, mga exams and all that, oral recitation. Ako, I have a habit as a teacher, as a professor. I look into the eyes of my students. Tinitingnan ko yung mga mukha nila. So I have an idea of what is going on perhaps in their minds. But you cannot do that all the time using IT. And yung assessment, alam mo, isang teacher, Jerome, can always tell kung talagang pinag-aralan niya yung kanyang mga bata. Kung ang bata mismo ang gumawa, ang learner ang gumawa ng assignment o hindi. Kasi even before pandemya, that's a very common practice. Sometimes it's the lola who does the homework, or sometimes it's the mother, or and also very interestingly, it is the yaya who helps answer. And you can, of course, you can tell very easily. But now you cannot do that kasi hindi mo naman makita yung itsura ni yaya o itsura ni lola or what. So, Yusek Dads can share with you what is the latest kasi sinabi namin mag-develop kayo ng ibang tools for assessment. Dahil hindi na masyadong obra yung existing tools ngayon. Although this is not to say that the previous tools were perfect. Kasi pwede kang, as I said, minsan-minsan nakakalusot si lola, minsan-minsan nakakalusot si yaya, or si mami, o si daddy, o si kuya, o si ate, na sila ang gumagawa ng assignment para lang tigilan yung pangungulit ng learner. Oo, sige.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Liling. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon, Jerome, and good afternoon to the DepEd MIMAROPA family. Yes, our assessment mechanisms for the school year 2020-2021 have been adjusted, and I think you're aware that we no longer administer periodical tests. It's very difficult if we don't have face-to-face meetings with our teachers. So what we did was to retain the performance tasks and the written outputs as basis for the grades. But one thing that we also suggested is to see if it's possible for the adoption or implementation of what is called cross-curricular integrative assessment. There is one division, ma'am, I don't know if I've shared it with you previously, DepEd Nabotas, who reported to us that they actually introduced cross-curricular integrative assessment. This means that instead of preparing 8 performance tasks to represent the different learning areas, the teachers organize the assignments or the tasks so that the learner will only perform one that addresses all the expected competencies of the other learners. And I think this is going to be the way to go. There's already a school and a division that has implemented this in a scale of the whole city. So we intend to enlighten. I know others are also doing this now, but sa report sa amin, yun ng DepEd Nabotas po has been able to do this. So we will still, I think there are questions about, are we still passing all the students? We won't. We will not support any proposal to pass all the learners. A child has to exert effort for the child to be able to be certified as ready for promotion in the next grade. So in terms of assessment, while we know, as mentioned by Ma'am, that it's not going to be as, perhaps as reliable or as valid as during the days when you would really submit your papers inside inside the classroom. This time, the only thing that we also mentioned to our fellow teachers is to require you to come up with learning portfolios. And at the same time, there would be ideally a conversation between you and your teacher that will somehow gauge whether the things you have included in your portfolio are really your outputs. And so those are the ways we are trying to really implement so that to a certain point, we would be able to have a way of determining whether the learner has understood or acquired the competencies expected for them. Thank you.
Thank you po. Thank you rin po, Ms.
Congratulations to Nabotas. Nabotas also led the way for the introduction of blended learning, if you will recall from our activities when we first brought in blended learning, and they fully supported it. So thank you, Nabotas.
Thank you, Jerome, for that question. Thank you, Yusek Dads and Secretary, for answering. Now, to proceed, we have another learner ulit na magtatanong mismo kay Secretary. Kasama natin si Serenity Nia Paharit, grade 6 student ng Adriatico Memorial School.
Good afternoon po, ma'am. I am Serenity Nia C. Paharit, 6th grade student from Adriatico Memorial School, Calapan City. On a virtual press briefing dated September 9, 2020, Secretary Leonor Briones mentioned that modular learning has a big effect on the environment since production for learning modules will demand for high paper consumption. However, it was noted that modular learning is the preferred mode of most parents and students for distance learning. Keeping this in mind, I would like to ask, how will DepEd help for our forests or environments to recover due to the increase of trees being cut in order to meet the demands for high paper consumption for modular learning?
Well, sa inyong curriculum, what a beautiful name, Serenity. That's what we need at this time. The serenity to accept what is happening, but at the same to accept and recognize, but at the same time find solutions to the challenges. Di lang tayo serene, pikit mata and all that, but we have to do something to change the situation that we are in. Ngayon, yung tanong mo, paano tayo nakakatulong sa pagbawi sa kalikasan? One of the 4 instructions of the President to me before I assumed office was caring for the environment. Very clear yan. Ayun ko ba, parang madaling araw ako tinawagan na kailangan ang lahat ng mga bata at turuan sa pagmahal ng environment. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na ang DepEd lang ang umuubos ng ating mga trees o ang ating papel, kasi ang dami namang mga activities ng ating bansa na gumagamit ng ilat of paper. Saka tingnan ninyo, mamayang palapit na yung eleksyon, ilan na namang forest dyan ang matutumba. Oo, ilan na naman ang trees na ating papatayin para mag-produce ng mga printed material. Kaya yun nga, ang mga scientifico nagsasabi na we will be destroying our planet ourselves. Our planetary system, hindi lamang yung planet natin. Now, required naman sa mga bata, di ba, pag graduation dance, correct me, the children are supposed to plant trees. Yung, di ba, may Arbor Day and then magpa-planting trees ang Hindi yung, in addition to the vegetables, iba yung mga vegetable garden, pero yung trees talaga, that is a requirement for us. And so that's one. But also we have to convince our families and our friends na a tree may take 50. There are trees that are over 100 years old. In my home province, there is a tree that is already over 100 years old, and nobody touches it talaga because it is ancient, it is venerable. Pero kung putulin mo yan, ilang seconds lang yan ang bilis mo puputulin tapos i-export mo kaagad. And we really went through that period of exporting a lot of logs. So ngayon, binabayaran natin yung ginawa nung unang panahon. So, ayan, kasama ang environment. I believe, yung SecDads, di ba? Yung love for the environment, preservation of the environment. Ang maganda sana mag-field trip sa iba't ibang mga lugar na kung makita mo kung anong ginagawa ng mga bata. Saka i-observe natin ang tree planting day. But the children should be helping. Alam mo, Serenity, sabihin mo sa mga oldies na mga nakakilala ninyo na the trees belong to you. The trees are yours. So wag nilang patayin kasi they will give shade to you, they will give fruit to you, they will protect you in times of storms. and so on. And they belong to you and not to us, all these who keep on cutting them. Thank you.
So much po for addressing my concern. God bless po.
Stay as serene as possible.
Thank you, Serenity. Yes, go ahead, Ma'am She. Meron pa tayong mga questions?
Yes, maraming salamat, Director Nina. Dumako naman po tayo sa mga katanungan ng ating mga media partners. Meron po tayong katanungan about teachers' capacity and hiring. Unfortunately po, ang nagbigay po sa atin ng katanungan na ito ay hindi po nakapasok sa ating platform. Hayaan niyo pong basahin ko po ang kanyang tanong. Ngayong school year 2020-2021, bagamat nasa mga bahay lamang ang mga mag-aaral, sapat po ba ang bilang ng ating mga guro dahil may ilan pong section sa online class na humigit kumulang 50 students ang hinahawakan ng isang class advisor. At may ilan pong mag-aaral na nakausap po na hindi na daw po napagtutuunan ng pansin ng ibang mag-aaral na gustong magtanong during discussions kaya napag-iiwanan po sila. Meron po bang hakbang na ginagawa ang kagawaran para dito? Ang pangalawa niya pong tanong ay nangangailangan po ba ng mga aplikanteng guro ang kagawaran ngayon at paano po ang proseso? Secretary, for your answer po.
Mahalagang tanong ito kasi pinag-uusapan yung adequacy of the number of teachers. We have 947,000 teachers at this time, but we are, as mentioned by Yusek Ann, we are endeavoring to create more positions with the consent of the Department of Budget. So in between, a teacher can move without waiting for the one above him or her to retire. O lalo na kung bata yung sinusundan mo na ng teacher na ang sunod na rank, matagal-tagal ang paghihintay mo. So I'll ask Jess to share with you. Kanina na-mention na yon kanina. Pero kailangan ulitin para makita nila na we recognize the need for teachers, but at the same time hindi lang ang DepEd ang decision maker dito, kundi ang civil service at saka Department of Budget dahil may financial implications ito.
Tama po.
Each time somebody moves, there is a financial implication. Nakita ninyo kanina yung chart ng mga benefits at saka entitlements ng isang teacher. So kailangan makuha natin yung advice also ng DBM. Yes.
Sige ma'am. Ma'am, magandang hapon ma'am. Magandang hapon Nina at saka si Director Nick. Kasama ko yung mga execom natin. Sa tanong, kanina sa teacher loading, totoo yan, we do recognize na merong mga non-teaching loads like coordinateship, short-term project tasks, and so on. Kaya nga po sa panahon ni Secretary Liling, nakapakuha tayo ng non-teaching position para makatulong sa ating mga guro to do non-teaching tasks. Ito yung mga AO or Administrative Officer 2. Last year, nakakuha tayo ng 5,000. This year, meron pa additional 5,000. At siguradong humihingi pa rin tayo ng additional non-teaching position para sa ganun mag-focus yung mga teachers sa pagtuturo na lang. Ngayon, sa usapin naman ng ating Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, last year, in-anticipate na nga namin dahil sa panibagong modality, may mga pangangailangan tayo na tutulong sa ating mga guro. Kaya nga po, meron tayong tinatawag na Learner Support Aids. Sa katunayan, 13,506 ang na-hire natin na teacher aides o na-volunteer. Yung mga kailangan pong bayaran, iba-iba po yung mga sources niyan. Isa na rito, yung budget ng DepEd. Pangalawa, yung local government unit sa pamamagitan ng kanilang general fund o kaya SEF. At meron din mga volunteers na private sector. Ngayon, sa susunod na tanong, meron ba tayong i-hire ngayon? Opo, pinayagan po tayo mag-create ng 9,500 plus, no? Sorry. To be exact, 9,707 na teaching items po. Pero bago ko pagpatuloy yan, gusto ko lang pong banggitin na yung ating teacher-pupil ratio ay napakaganda na. Sa katunayan nga, ayon doon sa ulat natin, yung elementary nasa 1:27, sa junior high 1:26, samantalang sa senior high school 1:30. Kung titignan naman natin yung data natin sa Region 4B, ang elementary ay nasa 1:26, so halos mas mababa doon sa national average. Samantalang sa secondary, 1:24 sa Region 4B, which is also lower than the national average. And finally, sa senior high school, ang ratio natin is 1:27, samantalang ang national average is 1:30. So, ang susunod na tanong, paano ba mag-apply, no? Ang gagawin lang po, magsasubmit sila ng mga papers, nandun po sa ating patakaran kung ano yung mga papers na yon, doon sa division office o kaya sa school. Hindi lang po pwede silang mamili. Kasi ang ginagawa natin, yung mga guro ay dinideploy natin doon sa nangangailangan ng mga paaralan para hindi sa ganon mag-congest naman yung mga teachers natin doon sa isa lang mga paaralan. Maraming salamat, Sherlyn. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, at saka kung meron mang 50 to 60 or to 70 pupils in one class, report yan sa amin so we can verify and confirm. Kasi talagang na-reduce na ang sizes ng classes. So, sana nasagot na yung tanong na yan. Ang isa pa lang dagdag ko dito, we are introducing changes to respond to the pandemic. Yung pinaka-framework kasi dito, ang pinaka-overarching, I don't know if you can call it threat from the environment or instability from the environment, is COVID-19. So we have to act as fast as we can. Hindi totoo yung may nagsasabi na lackadaisical daw si Secretary. Lahat na nakakita ng word na yan, tawa ng tawa kasi sila nga hindi na nga sila makatulog, hindi sila dahil tumatawag ako at all hours, madaling araw, hating gabi, at saka I spend most of my time in the office. Anyway, so gusto natin malaman kung mayroon pang ganong sitwasyon kasi as far as we know, as far as the record show, sinabi na ni Jess na na-reduce na talaga natin yung classes. Ang challenge para sa atin, we try to act as fast as possible. Halimbawa, sabi natin na last year pa ito si Jess nagsuggest or even 2 years ago, maybe even 4 years ago, Jess, na sinasabi mong we have to create additional positions so that our teachers can move between one grade to another without waiting for whoever is the incumbent of the grade that you aspire for to retire.
Yes,
Even before the pandemic, iniisip na natin yan. Ang framework kasi, tayo nagmamadali, saka galit na ang publiko. Sometimes nothing really satisfies. Public seeks perfection in a very imperfect and predictable setting. They want everything to be perfect as it was not perfect before the pandemic. Even before the pandemic, education was not perfect at all. So, ang problema is we are in a hurry. Sinasabi natin, create na tayo ng positions, magdagdag na tayo ng mga benefits, pero yung regulatory agencies, halimbawa, sa pag-employ yung proseso, sa pag-employ na isang teacher, kung hindi yan nagbabago, kaya yan nga ang aking suggestion sa civil service at saka ibang regulatory agencies na kung pwedeng may sense of, they introduce also a sense of urgency so that kung sabihin natin na 9,000 new teachers will have to be taken in, we'll be able to do it. And then kagalitan naman tayo ng Congress, sisigawan naman tayo ng iba't ibang opisyal kasi bakit hindi na-attain yan, ganito, binigyan kayo ng 10,000 items, bakit wala niyong, hindi niyo na-produce. So yung regulatory procedures are still the same even as we try to react, try to respond as quickly as we can. Sometimes the public forgets that we have regulatory agencies with very clear rules and regulations, and the applicants have to comply with this. And there are at least three regulatory agencies. If you go back to your studies in governance, and as I said, as long as these regulations remain the same, then we will always get stuck by the time we submit those applications. Yan ang suggestion ko, na may sense din of urgency ang regulatory organizations. Although I would not include DBM because DBM acts very quickly on our issues with DepEd. So yun ang situation. Bibigyan tayo ng items, kagalitan tayo, sinisigawan tayo, iniinsulto tayo dahil bakit hindi na fill up yan. Pero yung pag-ano ng requirements, documentations, etc., hindi magawa kaagad dahil napakaraming requirements o maraming mga hinihingi. At saka ang example natin ay yung sa Marawi, we require documentation, di ba, for a student to enroll. But when the Marawi siege occurred, sabi namin, with documentation or not, enroll the child, accept the child or the teacher. Ginawa namin yan. Otherwise, our children will get stuck in Marawi na nagbobombahan at lahat, tapos hihingian mo pa saan na yung card mo, saan na yung birth certificate mo, at saka teacher, saan na yung bank account number mo, yung ID mo, etc. So that is the reality of public administration.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Liling, para sa inyong kasagutan. Para naman po sa katanungan about assessment and effectiveness of distance learning, tawagin po natin si Mr. Lyndon Plantilla mula sa PIA MIMAROPA Regional Office. Sir Lyndon?
Maraming salamat, Ma'am She. Ma'am Liling, good afternoon po. Isang taon na po nakakalipas na po. Ano po ang inyong assessment sa mga eskwelahan dito po sa MIMAROPA? Kasama na po pati mga private school.
MIMAROPA, pinaka malapit na kapitbahay ng central office, di ba? Nandiyan lang sa tabi. And we talk all the time. At saka ang nag-separate lang ay yung shopping mall ng dalawang opisina. Oo. Siguro ang dapat sumagot niyan ay si RD Nick, pero kakaupo lang niya. Hindi naman kami binibigyan ng problema, mayroon lang individual issues there, but not on DepEd policies. Ilang beses na ako nakapunta even before I was secretary, Palawan has always been a destination for me and my family. So wala namang problema na talagang earth shaking na nakarating sa amin. Oo. Except for siguro individual cases, but that is not our function at this time.
Ma'am Liling?
Baka si Nick.
Permission to answer po.
Yeah.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po kay Sir Lyndon. Gumawa po kami ng simple research, Ma'am Secretary, to find out the performance of our students for the first and second quarter of this school year from kinder to senior high school and in all subject areas. Nakita ko po ma'am dun sa results na binigay po ng ating mga schools divisions. Of course, the data came from our public elementary schools and public schools. Ang average po ng mga bata ma'am ay matataas, no? Mga 8 plus po sila. So tinitingnan po namin na natutunan ba yung mga bata, no? If yun po ang gagamitin natin. Sa pagbabalidate po namin, karamihan po sa mga teachers ang nagsasabing mga bata ang sumagot. At honest naman po tayo, may mga pagtulong yung kanilang mga magulang. So, nakikita po namin ngayon
Tradisyon
na...
yan.
Opo,
Tradisyon yan.
napakahalaga po na...
pandemic.
Opo, ibabalidate pa ho namin ang mga results na ito sa ibang pamamaraan. Kaya nga po dito sa region po ay gumagawa po kami at mayroon po kaming pa-training on assessment at gumagawa po kami ng iba-ibang tools, no? How to measure the performance of the students using RBI, using TBI, yung pong module o yung kaya yung online distance learning. At bukod pa po dun sa portfolio, titignan po namin yung performance space kung paano po ito lalong magiging madali sa mga teachers sa pag-a-assess po nila sa third and fourth quarter na performance ng mga bata. So far po, yun po ang mga datang na receive po namin, Sir Lindon, na maganda ang naging resulta. No? Although may mga subjects po na medyo mahina, katulad po ng English, ng konti sa science at konti sa mathematics. Pero most and majority of the subject areas po, our learners perform better. Yun lang po ma'am at Sir Lindon.
Maraming salamat po, Ardini. I hope nasagot po ang
I'm very glad about that. And Palawan is very, very rich in our cultural heritage, and that I really like. The music, the dancing, the costumes, and all, which involve all the learners and the teachers as well. And it's one of the provinces which has very vast and diverse cultural practices, which we should preserve. I'm particularly interested, of course, in the music side, but I do enjoy theater. So, kung ma-inculcate ito sa ating mga learners, not only for MAPE, then we will be contributing to the preservation of our cultural heritage or contemporary versions, kasi nagbabago na, binabago, ginagawang contemporary yung mga costumes and all that, but the songs are the melodies and the movements are still there. So
Ma'am Secretary, if I may share lang po, nasa pipeline na po namin ang pagko-compile ng mga folk dances po ng Mimaropa at ng mga awitin ho. Gagawin po namin silang libro ma'am para nga po gamitin namin sa pagtuturo ng MAPE at sa kasaysayan ho, yung kasaysayang lokal. Parang yung sa Region 3 ma'am, yung ginawa po namin ng compilation of folk songs. Yun, nasa pipeline na po namin ngayon.
Sa learning materials
Opo,
natin. Palagay
Opo.
sa DepEd Commons.
Opo.
Okay.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Iniling and RD Nick. Para po sa sunod na katanungan, tawagin po natin si Mr. Divino Bataga mula sa Radyo Bandera. Sir Divino? Okay. Mukhang wala po siya sa platform. Hayaan nyo na lang po akong basahin ang kanyang katanungan. Tinatayang ilang porsyento lang po ng kabataan o estudyante ang tiyak pong natuto sa gitna ng pagsasagawa ng distance learning.
Ang makasagot dito ay si Yusek Dads. Nung una, kasi kakaupo ko lang nung nagkagulo ang buong bansa tungkol sa PISA assessment results. Ang galit na galit ang lahat. At saka sinisisi of course ang DepEd Ang sabi ko nga, kulang-kulang na lang na kung may lindol, may bagyo, may COVID-19, kasalanan yan ng DepEd. So, sinisisi ang DepEd kasi mababa ang scores. Ngayon naman, kailangan i-explain ito ni Yusek Dads. Nung lumabas ang bagong assessment natin na mataas ang scores ng mga bata, ano naman, nagagalit na naman ang ilang policy makers. Bakit daw mataas? So right from the beginning, may mindset na talagang kailangan we have to stay at the bottom. Tapos ngayon sasabihin, why are you moving up? Credible ba kayo? And that starts with credibility. So Yusik Dads, maybe you can add more information on that. Kasi hindi na natin alam kung anong gawin natin. Kung mababa ang performance, nagagalit. Kung mataas ang performance, nagagalit. Kasi ayaw maniwala. Change is possible.
Maraming salamat
We have had 4 years already. Okay.
Maraming salamat po. Totoo po yun na sa PISA, yung pong CPLM, sa teens, ang resulta po talaga ay hindi naman mataas. Ganon din siyempre yung trend natin sa National Achievement Test. Kaya bago pa po nagkaroon ng paglabas nitong mga international large-scale assessment results, si Secretary Liling talagang namuno na po siya sa pagdisenyo nitong sulong edukalidad na mayroong 4 na pillars na madaling maalala kasi kahit po yan. K-12 curriculum updates and review, improvement of learning resources and the environment, teachers and school leaders upskilling, saka po engagement of stakeholders. Ito pong mga pillars na ito, actually sumasagot din ito sa World Development Report ng World Bank yata yan noong 2018 na sinabi sa buong mundo talagang mayroong mga concern na marami ang mga kabataan na hindi natututo at ang tinukoy naman nila 4 din. Yung mismong kahandaan ng mga bata, yung galing o yung pagiging marunong ng mga teachers, ganun din yung suporta ng mga school officials or leaders at yung yung mismo mga resources din. So ito po ay ang gusto pong sabihin natin, kahit may pandemya nga, nasabi na ni Ardinik, monitor din nila kung paano malalaman. So ang nakaka-inspire lang po na talagang nakapasa naman. Pero syempre dapat maunawaan natin yung konteksto na sabi po natin magkaroon ng academic is kahit sinasabi natin hindi pwedeng pasa lahat, pero ang sabi naman natin ay bigyan ng pagkakataon ang lahat ng bata na makapaghabol. So hindi po natin ginawang napakahigpit yung dati kung nung teacher pa po ako, pag hindi ka nag-submit sa deadline, patay ka na, lagpa ka na, hindi na ako sa iyo maaawa. Pero kasama po yun sa mga kasalanan ko yata pagdurusahan sa purgatorio, yung sobrang higpit nung ako'y teacher pa, na na-realize ko ngayon, syempre nang umangat na yung responsibilidad ko ay naunawaan ko na mas kailangang palawakin ang konsiderasyon at hindi naman kailangang husgahan na kaagad. So ito mga nakatulong ito siguro sa mga ulat sa amin na marami nga ang nakapasa. Pero natutunan ba nila yung mga aralin? Ang paniniwala ko po ay oo naman. Kasi kahit paano nakita naman natin yung sasakripisyo, pagsusumikap na hindi lang ng bata, pati ng mga magulang, ng buong pamayanan. So yung pong pinagtulungan natin, may resulta naman. At syempre, mas ma-assess po natin ito pag hopefully mayroon ng limited face-to-face o magkaroon ng face-to-face na pwede na nating ma-implement yung mga large-scale assessments na gagawin. So ang naniniwala po ako na ang bata kung talagang nag-aral ng gusto at interesadong matuto ay may matututunan kahit ano pa po ang sistema ng pag-aaral.
Thank you, Yusek Dads.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Dads and Secretary Liling. Para po sa susunod na katanungan, tawagin po natin si Mr. Voltaire Declina mula sa PIA Occidental Mindoro Chapter. Sir Voltaire? Okay. Mukhang nahihirapan pong makakonek ang ating mga media partners. Hayaan nyo na lang pong basahin ko po ang kanyang tanong. Lumipas po ang isang school year na may pandemya. Ano po ang nakita ng DepEd na sa tingin nito ay maaari nitong i-improve sa sistema ng pagtuturo upang makatulong sa mga problema ang kinakaharap ng mga guro at magulang?
I hope my answer will be very brief because I have explained that already. Una, gusto nating i-improve ang mga and answer the deficiencies of blended learning as we are practicing it now. Kasi alam naman natin, wala naman sigurong educator na hindi magsasabi na kailangan may element of face-to-face ang learning process. Maski even sa distance education, no, for matagal na yung distance education, at least once a month ang teacher, ang professor meets the students, so nakaka face-to-face sila. Amin tinignan yung sa ibang bansa, iba't iba yung kanilang mga depende sa sitwasyon. Mayroon once a week or half day a week, mayroon namang every day kung talagang there is no danger, pero ina-adjust nila sa actual na sitwasyon. Tapos maraming bagay na hindi namin na-predict. Halimbawa, we assumed na ang gagamitin ay ang lalabas talaga ay yung mga materials na galing sa atin. Naglalabasan itong mga fake na mga istorya na dinadramatize, not only fake na istorya but fake na pictures na tinitake advantage naman ng iba para masiraan ang DepEd at para magbigay ng maling impormasyon. Yung paglalaganap ng mga fake learning modules at saka yung mga tinatawanan ng publiko dahil hindi tama yung English, etc. Tinitrace namin yun lahat at mga bastos na mga learning modules, hindi naman galing sa DepEd yan o sa central office or sa aming mga teachers. So isa ito sa hindi namin in-anticipate na mayroon talagang, if you have a good thing, if you have a solution to an existing challenge, everything has to be done to destroy it so that for whatever purpose and for whatever objective. So, ayun. So we are now, mayroon tayong system na kung may makita ang publiko, halimbawa, ikaw na nagtanong, may nakita ka, you report directly na may nakita kang mali para ma-verify ka agad. At saka sila Yusek Dads at saka si Yusek Alain ang in charge dyan, ang tumitingin. Now, isa ding problema, hindi naman challenge. The good thing about blended learning is sa Congress, may isang congressperson na nag-propose ng bill na ang daming pumirma in support of blended learning na i-legislate na ito. So, tapos nandoon yung mga definitions, etc. Galing ito sa isang dating professor sa UP sa Home Economics, si Congresswoman Escudero. So, may mga magagandang nangyari, mayroon ding hindi magandang nangyayari. Halimbawa, yung pinakaguluhan na yung aulan, etc. Hindi naman namin yun. Tapos nakakapagod na deny ka na deny palagi. At saka yung mga teacher na pumunta sa bubong doon sa Batangas, it did not happen on kasi sa first day of school daw yun na napakaganda nila, naka-hairdo, naka-jeans, nasa tuktok ng building. That did not happen on October 5. But all media picked it up happily. If there is bad news, sometimes it is more interesting. Of course, bad news is always very interesting. But it's time also that we give attention to good news. So it's a mix of good and bad news. For the bad news, we try to correct. For the good news, we try to enhance. And one of our major decisions as a result of this pandemic is that we have to hold regular press conference at the regional level kasi may time lag from national to my statement. You have noticed I hardly give national interviews. This is because I prefer to, at this time, we are very busy, as I said, making assessments, doing our regular work. And at the same time, we want to go direct to the regions to inform them about what is happening. Kasi dahil ako noon, bisita ako ng bisita, punta ng punta, so there was no need. But now, hindi na ako makalabas, kagaya ng ibang mga opisyal. So, kailangan we have to connect with each other virtually. So ayun. The good things we continue and enhance. The bad things, we run after them. Okay. File charges if necessary.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Liling. Balik sa iyo, Director Nina.
Maraming salamat. So, susunod naman, magpo-proceed tayo sa next topic na pag-uusapan natin, which will be on face-to-face classes. So ngayon, tawagin natin muli from PIA Mimaropa, Sir Lyndon Plantilla. Yes, Sir Lyndon?
Good afternoon ulit, Ma'am Nina. Secretary, magandang hapon po ulit. Lagi po nagpabago-bago kasi ng ating mga quarantine status po sa bawat bayan at lalawigan. Dahil sa sitwasyong ganyan, may plano ba kayong face-to-face in the future? Next year o kung kaya sa hinaharap po, Madam Secretary?
Of course, face-to-face is very possible. As I said, depending on the behavior, you have one unknowable dito, ang COVID-19. Kasi siya ang determinant at saka yung vaccination, di ba? Ang sabi ni Presidente, walang face-to-face kung walang vaccine. Ngayon, nag-start na ng distribution ng vaccine. So the chances are now better. But kami naman sa DepEd, we're always ready pag sabihin niya ni President na ituloy ng face-to-face, mag-comply kami kaagad. Kasi na-identify naman namin na reduce na natin ang number of schools which qualify at saka ito ay tinatawag natin na pilot studies para makita natin kung how effective it is. Pero ang bottom line, of course, is the health of the children and the adults. As I mentioned kanina, children are resistant to COVID. Makikita ninyo sa ating mga statistiko, sa ating mga reports na karamihan na natatamaan ng COVID ay adults at saka mga elderly. Pero ang mga bata, napakaliit ng numbers, no? So we have to protect also the adults who are tending to the children, especially at home. Kaya yun ang pagbabantayan natin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Okay, thank you for that question. We'll proceed with another question. Ukol pa rin po ito sa face-to-face. So meron po tayong representative from Alpha News Philippines. Ano? Kasama ba natin online? Alpha News Philippines? Okay, baka hindi rin po nakapasok. But anyway, yung question po, almost the same din naman po sa question ni Sir Lyndon kanina, which is possible po ba ang face-to-face classes next school year since mayroon ng bakuna na dumating? So, would you still want to answer or expound, Secretary? Medyo nasagot na po to on the first.
Just one sentence. The possibility for face-to-face is now more positive. The chances are greater than before because of the vaccination process which is now ongoing. Kasi yun ang condition ng President. No vaccine, no face-to-face. At saka while the threats, sana ipagdasal natin na wala na namang bagong variant na maka-harm sa ating mga countries. You can imagine ang concern ang shock ng AITF ng lumabas yung Indian kasi hindi naman natin yan ini-anticipate. Binabantayan si Brazil at saka si UK at saka si US, etc. Tapos, and India has a very huge population, and we also have a significant Indian population in the country. So you cannot prevent people from moving back and forth. So ayun. Sana wala nang susunod na ibang variant kasi ang natatakutan ng iba baka magkaroon tayo ng Philippine variant na mag-imbento din yung COVID natin ng Philippine version. Kung Philippine version, matakot talaga ako dahil ibig sabihin kilala na ni COVID-19 yung ugali ng Pilipino. Okay.
Yan, maraming salamat po. Wag naman po sanang magkaroon ng Philippine variant. Pero moving on po, we have another question from Radio Kamalindig. If we have DJ Yash with us. Ano po ang inyong question? DJ Yash ng Radio Kalamindig. Kasama ba natin? If wala po, the question actually is almost still the same, pero this time naka-specify lang in Marinduque. So is face-to-face program applicable now, especially considering that minimal ang number of COVID cases in Marinduque?
Mayroon tayong mayroon tayong 4 na terms of reference for qualifying our schools for the pilot, no? Una, our facilities have to be adequate. Maka-accommodate ng size ng class, may tubig na malapit, may stock ng gamot, at saka medyo malapit din sa health facility. So that's very important. At saka regular na bisitahin ng Department of Health. Pangalawa, kailangan may consent sa local governments. Kasi mahirap yon na papasok tayo, mag-face-to-face tayo. Kung ayaw ng local government, then magkaroon lang tayo ng debate. No? So, kailangan siguro, alam naman ninyo ang posisyon ng Marinduque about opening of classes noon. Oo. So, kailangan may consent ng local government. Pangatlo, we have to have the written consent of the parents. Kasi hindi naman lahat ng parents gusto ng face-to-face. Kasi protective sila sa kanilang mga bata, no? So kailangan na may consent ng parents na sasali ang bata sa face-to-face. Kasi yung iba na hindi kasali, di patuloy din sila sa blended learning. Nasa choice yan ng parents. Pang-apat, yung mga services para sa school, halimbawa during face-to-face, like the canteen, transport, all services which open the door to the entry of viruses have to give the assurance that they are taking all the precautions. These are 4, and then of course expected overarching dyan, yung IATF and Department of Health risk assessment. Kung na-assess ang isang probinsya na mababa lang ang level, tolerable, pwede magpatuloy. At mayroon naman mga regional IATF units tayo sa all over the country. Sila ang nagbibigay ng guidance. Only recently, one school sought permission to hold graduation exercises, and ang ginawa ng regional director sa NCR ito ay refer niya sa IATF at saka sa Department of Health. Pareho ang IATF at regional at national. Ang national is recommending it, hindi pa na-confirm, but regional, medyo din-discourage. Department of Health discourage din ang mga graduation activities. So last night, pinirmahan ko yung ating memorandum on this. So lahat naman nating ginagawa para makarespond tayo as fast as we can to the challenges which are presented to us. No? Okay.
Yan, thank you, Secretary.
Puro makabigay ng si Nick, si Nick tungkol sa Marinduque. Dahil noon yung opening of classes pa lang very vocal ang Marinduque sa kanyang opinions.
Secretary, if I may be allowed to share also.
Yes. Oo.
Opo, ma'am, no? Pinaka-concern po, hindi lamang po ang Marinduque, kung hindi po ang mga probinsya at 2 lungsod po ng Mimaropa regarding sa cases po ng COVID. Doon po kami ay nagsasagawa ng survey regarding possibilities of holding pilot face-to-face interaction among our public schools. Nag-manifest po sila ng hindi gaano marami ang interesado muna dahil nga po sa kaso ng mga COVID. Kaya kung kami po ay magpa-pilot ay talagang select lang po ang qualified ang aming nirekomenda. Base na rin po dun sa una ko ang kaso ng mga COVID infections. Ikalawa nga po yung readiness ng school kung ito po ay may sapat na facilities, no? Kamukha po ng hand washing facilities, yung pong classrooms na titinignan po namin ang ratio na dapat ay hindi ito po ay lalampas ng 12 to 13. Depende po dun sa dimensions ng bawat classrooms. Kung lumiliit po yung classroom, medyo po konti po ang ratio. And then of course, the preparation of our teachers po, no, dahil sila ay kaharapin ang mga magulang. At yung pong consent ng magulang ay sinecure po namin kung sila ay payag o hindi. Kasama din na rin po yun yung resolutions ng barangay po yun kung sila ang nagre-request, ng municipal mayor kung municipality na po ang nagre-request o kaya kung minsan po ang governor. Marami pong pag-iingat ang ginagawa, no? Kung matutuloy man po ang face-to-face situation natin. Okay? Ngayon po, sa Marinduque ay kumonti nga lang po ang kaso. Pinagdadasal natin ay sana ay hindi na po lumaki. Kung sakasakali pong kami po ay papayagan na o ang buong DepEd po ay papayagan na ng ating Pangulo, ay makaka-assure po na itutuloy po namin ang mga face-to-face na interactions sa lahat ng division, lalo na po dun sa mga lugar, lalo ng Marinduque na kumonti po ang kanilang kaso sa COVID infection. Maraming salamat po.
By the way, I would like to clarify that when we talk about face-to-face sessions, that does not mean 5 days a week, 8 hours a day na nandoon yung bata. May mga bansa na 1 oras o kalahating araw o 1 araw nakalaan para sa face-to-face. Hindi kailangang buo, lahat-lahat ay face-to-face kasi depende yan sa risk assessment na ginagawa ng isang bansa, no? Yung leading natin sa Southeast Asia na Ministry of Education, once a week ang kanilang face-to-face. Tapos ang instruction sa mga bata at sumusunod naman yung mga bata kaagad, yung uwi sila kaagad after class. They're not supposed to linger kasi masarap naman talagang hindi ka muna uuwi at maglalaro, etc. kasi apak ka na sa eskwelahan mo uli, no? But ang instruction sa kanila, after the sessions, uwi ka agad. Mayroong iba half day. Basta lang may human, real human physical interaction, malaking bagay na rin yon At saka naka-receive ako din ng feedback sa mga parents na ang kanilang anak nagsasabi, umaangal, I want to see other children. Oo, so this have to be considered carefully. Pero crucial yung papel ng local government. Dahil una, sinusuporta nila ang programa ng DepEd. Pangalawa, ay nasa teritoryo nila tayo, sa kanilang bahay. So, kailangan kumatok tayo kung papasukin tayo o hindi. Thank you. Pero it's not, I'd like to emphasize, I hope media will report this, that it doesn't mean 5 days a week that the child has to stay in school.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, RD Nick. At least nasimulan na nating pag-usapan kung ukol sa face-to-face. Tuloy-tuloy na natin, Ma'am She, no? Ngayon naman, pag-usapan naman natin yung tungkol sa safety and health.
Yes, maraming salamat, Director Nina. Para po sa katanungan ukol sa kategory po na yan, tawagin po natin si Sir Paul Jason Foss ng Romblon News Network. Sir Paul Jason Foss, Romblon News Network, PIA Romblon. Nandyan po ba si Sir Paul? Okay. Basahin po natin yung kanyang katanungan. What would be the parents' assurance that social distancing and proper health protocols will be strictly implemented when classes resume to face-to-face, since each room in public schools usually have 35 to 45 students per batch?
Siguro balikan natin yung sinabi ni Jess kanila. Yung 35 na students per batch, hindi na ganon that's not the common norm anymore. At depende sa grado yan, no? Kaya yung mga places na hindi makakaya na mag-social distancing, hindi natin pinapayagan kasi it's one of our very first criteria is the adequacy of our own facilities. Kung ang ating facility hindi maka-provide ng social distancing o hindi walang tubig o malayo sa doktor and so on, hindi natin sila itutuloy kasi we will be increasing risk. Although I would like to share with you that ang danger ng infection is largely outside the school. And we have said that last year pa na sinabi namin. Not necessarily because there is very close monitoring sa schools. Kasi nandyan si teacher. Kung ang teacher siyempre is also worried about herself or himself. Oo. We will not allow it. Kung mayroon kang 35 na klase na may 35 kabata, i-report niyo sa amin para i-disallow namin if it is in our list.
Ma'am, if I may. Si Jess, ma'am to.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, doon sa ating binabalangkas na guidelines natin, meron tayong sinusunod na number of learners doon sa limited face-to-face. Pagdating sa kinder po, ang maximum lang po ay 12 learners in a class. In a class po. Sa grades 1 to 3, ang sinasabi natin ay maximum of 16 learners lang in a class. Samantalang sa grade 4 pataas ng grade 12, ito po ay 20 learners. Yun lang po yung papahintulutan natin. Kagaya ng sabi niyo po, hindi pwede po ng araw-araw. Ngayon, doon sa tanong, ano ba yung assurance? Isa po doon sa mga guidelines natin, kailangan po para ma-assure ensure yung physical distancing, meron tayong tinatalaga na mga entrance, exit, drop-off, pick-up points. Tapos kailangan, bago pahintulutan, merong mga contact tracing procedure. Maliban pa po doon yung ensuring yung proper sanitation and hygiene facilities. Meron din pong de-designate tayo na isang tinatawag na health safety officer. Kasi kahapon po, nakipag-usap rin po tayo sa Department of Health po para magkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na joint guidelines sa pagbubukas po ng limited face-to-face. Ang isa pong sinasabi rin natin, sa tulong ng lokal na pamahalaan, magkakaroon po ng tinatawag na parang proactive COVID hotline o kaya help desk po. So yun po, yung mga paraan natin para ma-assure yung ating mga magulang. Siyempre, sabi nyo nga po, kailangan talaga ng consent ng mga magulang o guardians bago po pahintulutan yung mga mag-aaral. Salamat po.
Ayan, yung question mo is how about the classes with 35 students? That class is automatically disqualified, of course.
Yes,
because we have guidelines. Kaya very careful yung nasa regional directors at saka mga division superintendents yung pag-review ng state of readiness or state of appropriateness of our facilities. Kasi pag deficient ang facilities natin, hindi natin i-allow.
Tama po.
Oo, at saka nandito si Yusek Alain, maka-help explain siya kung anong ginagawa natin on the problem of space. Kasi hindi tayo masyadong nagpapanik dahil alam naman natin we are already moving towards digitalization. We are already moving to technology. So there is an alternative in case there are complications. And i-report nyo sa amin yung 35 na klase para ating ma-confirm yan. But definitely, kung 35, it will not be qualified. I have the feeling that the 35 class school might wala sa listahan for the province you are talking about. Kasi sinusunod natin ang criteria. Oo. Yusek Alain?
Yes, ma'am. Yung ating proposal naman dyan, nandyan sa ating social distancing policy na kapag nagkaroon tayo ng face-to-face, meron na tayong layout sa mga classroom on how to implement the social distancing policy or protocol. No? We will not move the furniture away or take them away from the classroom towards the corridors or sa mga open spaces, but we'll use other existing furniture to be obstructions or sabihin natin na ito yung maglalagay ng mga X na mark para hindi gamitin yung mga upuan na yan. Kaya based dun sa ating policy, ma'am, hindi nagagalawin ang mga armchairs o kaya tables and chairs, but we will mark them para sa ganon ay hindi yan uupuan ng mga estudyante pagdating sa face-to-face classes. No? Ayan ay ma-check natin, makikita natin dahil kapag inilabas kasi natin yung mga furniture, saan mo dadalhin? So mangyayari dyan, mapupuno ang corridors. Wala naman tayong extra room para maging bodega. Masisira rin yan kung ilalagay mo sa open spaces. Kaya ang ginawa natin is make use of all the school furniture sa loob ng classroom na maging obstruction rin or hindrance para maging malapit yung mga estudyante. Kung hindi, ito ay magiging tawag natin magiging pag-obstruct natin para hindi sila maglumapit sa isa't isa by having the appropriate marks.
Thank you, Alain. Maybe you can also share what we are doing to advance greater communication. Not only, kasi ngayon top-down, maraming orders, mga memoranda, circulars from top to bottom. Pero gusto din nating malaman kung anong nangyayari sa mga frontliners, etc. So how does the secretary, how will the future secretary, perhaps not the secretary, be able to communicate with all schools para kung may mga concerns diretsong makarating sa kanya, whoever that secretary will be.
Yes, ma'am. But before we proceed to the strategic program, ma'am, we can announce to our teachers in Region 4B that we are now nearing the completion of the procurement of the connectivity load for all teachers and all DepEd personnel. This connectivity load, ma'am, ay mga 100 gigabyte of internet connectivity, data connectivity for all our teachers and all our personnel. Natatapos na po natin yung procurement. And in a few days siguro, or middle of June, we will roll out SIM cards that will have 100 gigabytes of data connectivity. Now, 100 gigabyte of activity can be translated into more or less 1 gigabyte per day. At ano yung 1 gigabyte per day for the next 3 months? 1 gigabyte per day for the next 3 months will be 8 hours of online conference, so 8 hours of YouTube viewing. So hindi ho yan mauubos kahit na sa isang araw yun 1 gigabyte. At ang maganda po rito sa ating project, nagro-roll over po itong connectivity load nila. Kaya kung hindi nila nagagamit, hindi lang 3 months yan, aabutin pa yan ng 5, 6 months or even to 1 year dahil ang life ng load naman yan, ma'am, ay 1 year. Kaya kung matipid naman yung mga teachers at saka yung mga personnel natin na gumamit ng kanilang data, hindi sila nanonood ng Netflix, hindi nanonood ng YouTube na walang kinalaman sa kanilang lesson, then aabutin niya ng mahigit 1 taon na gamit. No? Kahit na mag-meeting tayo online araw-araw, no? Pwede po yan. No? Kaya yan po yung ginawa ng ating secretary ngayon, magro-roll out po tayo niyan by June 15. Oh. Sa susunod naman po, sige ma'am.
I hold a minimum of 3 to 4 meetings in one day. Sometimes madagdagan ng 1, 2 pa. Kung mayroon talagang oo. Sabado, Linggo, talagang 3, 4 na meeting. So siguro ma-accommodate yung workload ng mga teachers because provision is already given to them.
In the long term naman, ma'am, we would like to announce also to our Region 4B teachers and personnel that we are also undertaking several programs when it comes to the public education network. Ito yung PEN na tawag natin. The PEN or the Public Education Network will connect all schools and all offices vertically and horizontally.
Gusto ko.
We can connect them. Even without internet connectivity, we can push for contents. The secretary can do online conferences with even directly to the school, and the learners can have an online conference or meeting also directly to the central office with this public education network. Kaya yan ho, ginagawa na po natin yan. Nasa procurement na rin po dyan yung ating digital connectivity or satellite connectivity of last mile schools, which we will see during the next few months. No, yan po yung isang gagawin natin. Meron din po tayong partnership with the DICT para sa ganon itong mga telecommunications companies, Globe, Smart, Dito, ISOC, and other common tower providers can put up sites in schools na malalawak yung lupa, and then they can connect also these schools with one another. No? Yan yung isang effort. Meron naman po tayong effort with the Department of Energy and the Transco na gagamitin naman po natin lahat ng power lines para doon dumaan ang connectivity at doon dumaan ang internet connection. So lahat po yan, we combine all the technologies na pwede natin gamitin, and that will power up the public education network. Hopefully, before our term end, we can already have the realization, if not the complete realization, but the partial realization of the public education network as announced by the President last SONA and as spearheaded by our Secretary. Yan po yung gusto natin mangyari, to connect all schools and all offices. Later on, our schools will serve as hubs, connectivity hubs sa mga barangay. Kaya kahit na matuloy ang pandemya na dire-diretso yan, kayang-kaya ng kumonekta ng mga households kung saan nandun ang ating mga estudyante at mga teachers dun sa school, at yung school naman nakakonect nationwide. O yan po yung mga hinahanda natin, at this pandemic teaches us or has taught us and is continually teaching us to explore all technologies para sa ganon ay the delivery of basic education will not be hampered by this pandemic by not going to school, but in such a way that it can help us reinvent or reimagine education and the delivery of education not only in schools but in households. Pwede rin po kasing pag etong ating DepEd Online, DepEd Commons, DepEd Radio, DepEd TV, at lahat itong connectivity natin ay magpapatuloy even beyond the pandemic. This will greatly solve classroom shortage. Kasi pwede tayong magkaroon ng 50% ng learner ang papasok MWF,
Yes.
50% ng learner papasok TTHS. So we maximize our facilities, we maximize technology. Wala tayong classroom shortage, ma'am. Pag nangyari yan, dahil only 50% of the learners will be in school at a given time, and 50% will be utilizing distance learning.
Thank you for bringing that point in, kasi one characteristic of face-to-face as applied in the different countries is that they are not requiring all the children and all the teachers to come during face-to-face day or hour or whatever. They're usually in batches. Kaya yung sinabi kanina na kulang sa facilities, baka hindi maka social distancing, kasama yan sa plano. May mga schedules itong bansang ito, I'm a little familiar dahil may kilala akong bata na nag-aaral doon. So nakikita ko kung anong ginagawa nila. Hindi lahat sabay-sabay kasi magbabaha ng bata dadaming bata sa loob ng facility natin. Limited pati yung teacher. Every precaution is being undertaken or planned out to reduce the risk. Although as I said kanina, the possibility of the child getting it in school is not as strong as the possibility of the child passing it on to adults at home. That is what is coming out in this huge research. Thank you for that, Yusek Alain, kasi baka akala natin we'll be needing more classroom, we'll be needing more space, no? Kung yung famous 35 at saka yung famous na 55 to 75 kids in one, hindi natin yan papayagan. Of course, disqualified ka agad yan or we limit. Tama yun. Hindi lahat sabay-sabay. Yun ang variation na ginagawa yan dito sa Southeast Asia, yung ating number 1 na bansa na talo lahat, pati ng mga OECD. Tapos sa OECD countries din, dahil mga ambassadors pumunta sa akin, nagsishare sila ng experience. Hindi yung wholesale na you have 26 million kids going all to school in the same day, no? So that's another feature. The second, of course, is you have the parental consent and all that, which I already elaborated on. Okay, thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary. Para po sa katanungan ukol naman po sa vaccination, galing po kay Mr. Ruel Caralipio ng Radyo Palawenyo. Hindi po siya nakapasok sa platform, pero ito po ang kanyang tanong. Nakadepende din po ba sa dami ng mga teachers na magpapavaccine ang pagbabalik ng face-to-face? At ano pong percentage ng vaccinated teachers ang kailangan po?
Makakatulong dito si Yusek Jess, no, kasi ang strand niya ang gumagawa ng survey, mga surveys natin, kasi nakadalawang surveys na tayo. Tapos si Yusek Alay naman, siya ang ating chair ng task force on COVID-19. So sila ang nag-uusap tungkol sa policy sa vaccine. Uulitin ko, ito yung opinion ng Secretary of Justice. Yung pagpavaccinate, ini-emphasize niya that as part of human rights, it has to be voluntary. Now, kung voluntary, voluntary daw ang sabi niya kung magpa-vaccinate, but mandatory ang pag-obey ng IATF guidelines at ng Department of Health. Halimbawa, voluntary, that does not mean that you go around without a mask on and you go to 10 places, move from one place to the other. Nakaka-alarma yung estimates ng study ng NEDA. Isang tao lang na senior citizen, halimbawa, pupunta sa palengke, galing sa palengke, pupunta sa butika, galing sa butika, pupunta sa park, i-pick up yung apo. Bago makarating siya sa bahay, ilang tao na ang ma-infect niya kung siya ay carrier at hindi niya alam. Kaya ganun kabilis mag-spread yon. So, kailangan pag-aralan natin yan ng gusto. At ang policy natin ngayon is mag-register sa local governments ang ating mga senior citizens. Yung marami nang, sa tingin ko hindi pa namin nabilang kung ilan na talaga ang nagpa-vaccinate. Pero sa mga local governments, pwede sila, madetalye yan ni Yusek Alain. At saka right now, mayroon tayong grupo na nakikipag-ugnay sa Department of Health kung paano i-implement yung pag-vaccinate ng mga teachers na gustong ma-vaccinated. Hindi natin masasabing percentage kasi we require a particular percentage because voluntary yan according to the Secretary of Justice. What we are doing is to campaign for our teachers and our staff to cooperate at judging from the turnout in the local governments, mukha namang parami ng parami yung nagpapavaccinate. Okay. Sige, Alain at saka Jess. Oo. Yung si Alain.
Yung baka makadagdag pa si Yusek Jess, but basically pagdating sa implementation ng vaccination ng government, it will depend really on the local government unit, yung availability ng vaccine dyan. At yung ang common sa lahat ng vaccination, implementation of the vaccination program is that we have priorities, A1, A2, A3, A4, no? Yung may comorbidity, senior citizen, frontliners, etc. This is common to all. Ang hindi po common to all ay yung volume or number of available vaccines. So, magdi-depend po yan sa local government unit because there are some local government units na bumibili ng kanilang sariling vaccine kaya mas marami yung kanilang vaccine. Meron naman iba, hinihintay yung distribution coming from a Department of Health. And yet, there are still others na may mga malalaking kumpanya doon sa malalaking companies, private companies doon sa mga lugar na meron din silang vaccination effort for their employees. Kaya nagdi-depend po palagi yan sa volume na hawak nila ng mga vaccines. So, maaari pong dito sa LGU na ito, LGUX, ay nasa A2 na sila o A3 na sila o A4 na, teachers na yung binabakunahan. Pero meron naman pong mga LGUs, LGUY na hanggang A2 pa lang sila kasi nga kukunti pa yung mga nakukuha nilang vaccine. Kaya hindi ho pantay-pantay yung pag-i-implement o dami ng nababaksinate dahil nga po sa availability of vaccine. And they would be dependent on the resources of the local government unit. They would also be dependent on the services coming from private companies. Kaya medyo may ganun po tayong uneven implementation of the vaccine program, but all of this, all of the local government units, all of the private companies are pursuing the vaccination in accordance to the priorities set by the IATF. No? Kaya ganyan po yung nangyayari ngayon sa atin. Baka si Yusek Jess will have to add something more on the
Kaalis lang ni Yusek Jess. Ang gusto ko rin, i-repeat ko lang sinabi ko na kanina na hindi kasali ang mga bata ha.
Yes ma'am. Wala pa po yung 18 years old.
17, walang 17 o 18.
I'm not sure ma'am kung
basta senior high school age kasi kasi wala pang sufficient basis siguro ang Department of Health to make such a decision. Dahil do they need to be vaccinated when generally they tend to be resistant? Itong mga may isa akong pamilyang kilala na kakausap ko. Mayroon silang newly born baby. Lahat yung mga yung members ng family na infected sila, pero the newly born baby was not infected. So there is something very special about children which has to be looked into. So wag kayong expect na yung mga bata babakunahan. It will only be the 17-year-olds and above. That is senior high school age, I think. So that's very important. And now we are conducting a campaign, of course, to convince, kasi voluntary on their part yan. At saka yung dalawang surveys na ginawa natin, yung primero, halos 50-50, mayroong kalahati ayaw, yung kalahati naman gusto. Pero yung second round na ginawa natin, nag-increase to 60% ang willing to be vaccinated. And many of the answers are based on what they say na kulang sila ng information, etc. Another factor which I would like to mention also is that Filipinos are very brand conscious. Gusto kong ganitong klaseng vaccine, gusto kong ganitong klaseng vaccine. Yung gawa ng ganitong bansa, ayaw ko ng bansa na yan. Although a scientist na Pilipino who is based in Netherlands, tinanong siya dyan and sa isang interview, which is the best vaccine? Kasi sa kadaming nagko-compete, mayroon pang mga nagkakatok pa na isama sila sa mga qualified suppliers. Ang sagot ng scientist na ito, the best vaccine is the one which is available. Kasi more or less may standard dyan na ilang percent ng efficacy, no? So, yun ang sabi niya. Hindi siya nagsabi na ganitong bansa, ganitong laboratory. Basta ang sabi niya, what is available, that is the best vaccine. And I thought it was a very thoughtful reflection by a scientist. Filipino pa, so of course we trust what a Filipino says. Okay.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary. Balik sa'yo, Director Nina.
Alright, thank you. Ngayon naman, balik tayo sa usapang budget at finances. Kani-kanina lang.
Good.
Kani-kanina lamang po ay nag-update na si Yusek Ann.
Kaya pinapa-number 1 ko nga mag-present si Yusek Ann kasi siyempre lahat tayo interesado dyan. Oo.
Meron pong question, Secretary, si Sir Peter magturo ng GMA Stinger. So, if nasa call po si Sir Peter, pwede na pong magtanong. Yes, Sir Peter? Andito si Sir Peter sa call, sir?
GMA Stinger, ma'am.
Ayan. Sige po, ako na lang po magbabasa ng question. Pwede to kay Secretary or kay Yusek Ann. So, there are
very... na lang ninyo tapos i-forward sa kanya yung answer.
Yes po. Ito po yung question. There are very few knowledge sources receiving allowances for risking their health to tutor our students. Does DepEd provide funds for KS?
For?
Knowledge sources po.
Si ang makasagot niyan? Yusek Ann na ikaw ang sasagot?
Opo, ma'am. Sa iba po siguro ang tawag nila ay knowledge source, pero sa atin po ang tawag natin ay LSA, Learning Support Aid. Kasi ang ating mga guro ay may ginagawa na po na regular na function at marami po silang trabaho, lalo na ngayong blended learning. So ang gagawin po natin, ma'am, ay nagbigay tayo ng support through the BELCP at binigyan po natin ng MOE kung pagkakasyahin po nila yung panggamit po sa module, kasama na rito at kasama na rin po yung sa learning support aid. Pero mas marami po ang binibigay na contribution ng mga nasa local government units. Dahil meron po tayong special education fund at ito po yung naging kapartner na po natin sa local government units. Sila po ang nagbibigay ng suporta at yung free pong pambayad sa mga tutor, lalo na sa mga community na ang mga magulang or guardian ay hindi po marunong magbasa at magbilang. At meron din po nagtatrabaho habang nagmo-module ang mga anak. So ito po yung LSA, Learning Support Aid, na po pwedeng gamitin using our MOE or Maintenance and Other Operating Expenses o kaya ho ay Special Education Fund ng mga local government units. Thank you.
Maswerte yung mga ang DepEd sa mga local government units who are very supportive of education and who like to read. Kasi they set up, may mga local governments na nagsiset up talaga ng libraries para may mapuntahan din yung mga bata. At saka number one choice yan. And I can imagine with the coming elections, I believe all the candidates will have something to say about education. Sigurado may mga programa yan tungkol sa education, and this will reflect on even more support for education. It's the most attractive platform, one political platform that one can always rely on because all of us love education, and we are committed. You have 100 million Filipinos, you have 100 million experts on education. And to respond to this will make is good politics. So, ayun.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusek.
Like we also have yung Encyclopedia of Culture which we are distributing sa major regions, and I think it's very useful reference. At saka may mga nagdo-donate ng kanilang mga memorabilia or whatever, like pero like former President Ramos, because he studied in Siliman for some years of his high school and is close to the university. Lahat na papers niya, dinonate niya sa library sa Siliman. So one can have access to his administration, and high school students, it's open to everybody. Then you also have the waiting sus, ganon, na nagdo-donate din. They either donate buildings or they donate books, or depending. And mga local government officials as well. Nasa ano yan, malaking bagay ang contributions nila. I wish sana sa the local governments would purchase the Encyclopedia of Culture. Kasi I'm very sure there will be accounts about Region B, 4B provinces. Si Yusek ang ating ano.
Meaning, additional information, we gave all division offices a copy of our Encyclopedia of Culture and Arts. So lahat po ng ating mga division offices ay nabigyan ng isang kopya ng ating encyclopedia. Yung iba rin po na may mga existing pa na library ay pinadalan din po natin. It was done last year before the COVID.
Yeah. Kasi decision natin yan. Pero encourage natin na kung ilagay sa libraries nila, kung may libraries sila o sa office ng division, na encourage nilang basahin at tingnan kasi it's very beautiful. 12 volumes ba yun? Talagang encyclopedia all about culture. So 4B I'm sure will be present in all kasi nandiyan sa music, sa painting, sa sculpture, design, dance, lalo na sa dance, ballet, and all that. So they should be utilized not just for the MAPE purposes. Kung nasa division ba, Yusik Ann? television office. So imbitahin natin, mag-issue tayo ng pasyalan nila yung division office. Pero lang, room reading lang para hindi iuwi at all that. Oo. Na hindi iuwi. Mayroon namang room reading.
Bawal, ma'am.
Bawal. Ang gaganda ng mga photographs and very well researched. Lahat expert at sumulat. But in very clear language. Oo. Sige. Sunod.
Thank you. Ma'am She, meron ka pa bang mga questions dyan?
Okay. Pumunta naman po tayo sa issue po ng internet. Meron po tayong katanungan dito mula kay Ma'am Maria Fe D. Villar, Media Officer po ng Provincial Governor's Office sa Marica Area, Occidental, Mindoro. Ma'am Maria Fe? Nandito po ba sa platform si Ma'am Maria Fe Villar? Okay, kung wala po, babasahin ko na lang po yung kanyang katanungan. Paano po nakaka-affect ang socio-economic status ng students sa access to learning?
Kung pagbasihan natin ang findings ng PISA, at saka you don't even have to know the findings of PISA. Of course, there is a relationship. Lumabas naman talaga ito sa PISA assessment na may impact sa access to education. Kaya we are making up like our Last Mile Schools program, reaching out to those who don't have access to education, access to gadgets. Nagbigay ng first batch ng donation ng Bureau of Customs na kaganda-gandang talagang nakakatuwa na mga digital tools, gadgets, etc., cellphones, tablets. Ang gaganda, brand new, 5,000 ito. Ang first priority is the last mile schools. And those schools with very serious problems of peace and order. And we are now in the process of distributing them. 2 beses na nag-donate ang customs, yung mga na seize. And then you have the People's Republic of China, yung Huawei ba yun? Ano ba yun, Alain? Napaka-impressive. Kung ako, hindi ako marunong gumamit ng ganun ka-advanced, but I'm very sure children will learn it very, very fast, no? Oo. Pero inuuna talaga. Ang problema lang, ang challenge lang, hindi namin mabigyan lahat na last mile schools dahil wala namang connectivity. Ayan, bumalik na si Maria Feo, nakikita ko.
Hello?
Ayun ang challenge natin kasi pero if you develop the technology na sinabi ni Alain na you don't need connectivity to be able to connect, for example. I like talking to the children to ask them ano bang gusto nila, anong gusto mong maging paglaki mo. And I have asked several classes in several places. You'd be surprised. Anong gusto nilang maging? Gusto nilang maging police. And then I asked, may iba, galit sa police, galit sa military. Pero ang mga bata, iba yung concept nila. They correlate the military and the police with protection. Oo. Siyempre, yung iba naman gusto maging teacher, maging engineer, pero dominant. And then when I was in this other country, which I take an interest in dahil ang galing nila, tinanong ko din yung kanilang high school, senior high school kids nila, anong gusto ninyo, plano ninyo sa buhay ninyo pag tapos na kayo ng pag-aaral? Karamihan will go into mayroong gusto mataas na police o sa military. Sabi ko, bakit? Ang sabi, kasi yun daw ang nagpo-protect ng bansa. yun ang magpuprotect ng taong bayan, which is quite different from what we adults, what our opinions as adults are about sectors in the community. By the way, I might forget, we have at least one other cabinet member who has a special interest in Region 4B. And this is the Secretary of the Department of Energy. So we are working with them, and he has a special interest in 4B dahil na-assign siya doon. And then of course we have the ICT, whom we are also working with, and the public sector. Sige, si Maria Fena. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am Maria Fe, nandyan ka na po ba?
Diyan, nakikita ko.
I'm sorry, ma'am, kakukuryente lang po namin dito sa Mindoro.
Talaga?
Parang nalobat na yata.
Your Secretary of, our Secretary of Energy has a special place in his heart for Mindoro. O, sige. Ano question mo, Maria Fe?
This is all about still education, related to education, ma'am. Especially, ngayon po kasi, ang laki po ng problema ng Mindoro. Number one, electricity, power. So aside from internet connection, yung access ng mga estudyante namin sa internet, another one big problem po ay ang kuryente sa Mindoro. So paano makaka-apekto nga naman po talaga dun sa socio-economic status ng mga students ng Occidental Mindoro from elementary level up to college. Yung kawalan po ng access sa internet, sa kuryente. The fact na hindi po lahat ng lugar dito sa amin, and then hindi lahat ng estudyante, ganun po kaganda yung access pagdating sa internet. Ang isa pong problema namin dito, aside from internet, kuryente na din po. Yung pwede maging epekto po sa socio-economic status. Mga students.
Siyempre may epekto yan. May connect yan. Sinabi ko kanina nung wala ka, na ang results ng PISA assessment, ganda naman ang buhok mo. Ang resulta ng PISA assessment ay nagpapakita worldwide, ito hindi lang Pilipinas, na may relasyon ang education at saka yung socio-economic status ng bata. And this is why we are trying to make up, no, through the Last Mile Schools program. Nandito si Yosek Alain, he can review kung ilan ang Last Mile Schools dyan sa not only Mindoro but the entire region 4B. Konektado kasi yan, konektado naman kasi lahat yan, yung power. Kaya nga we are looking forward to the time na maski walang connectivity ay pwede pa rin maki-communicate, maki-connect sa central office at kami naman sa mga eskwelahan, no. There is, of course, a very clear connection. Nutrition is closely related to education as well. And this is why ang approach ng government is we always coordinate with each other. Nakafocus ng natural partner natin dito ay the Department of Health kasi nasa pandemic tayo. But we connect with all the others as well. Sabi ko, ang DOST, nangangailangan ng well-grounded in math and science. Saka may mga scholarship sila, etc. para sa teachers. They're training teachers who teach physics, etc. Yung one of the finalists sa Global Teacher Award, which is $1 million, teacher natin galing Mindanao. Is a teacher of physics. So, hindi natin masasabing ma-generalize na napakasama ng edukasyon ngayon. But we have to recognize na there are factors which influence the performance of a student. Halimbawa, na-observe din natin na yung exams, kaya double time ito yung si Alain, na-observe natin, halimbawa yung PISA assessment are largely using digital the digital approach. Kung napili sa sample, dahil your sample has to be very objective, yung walang exposure dyan, di hirap na hirap ang estudyante na for the first time they have to use a computer and they have to when they make their selections, etc. But also the fact that at the same time you have 20 schools whose scores are higher or equivalent to the highest scores globally na ma-match nila, and they come from different parts of the country. Of course, nasa NCR, you have Pasig, of which I'm very proud of. 2 public schools at isang private school. And then you have Bicol, you have Iloilo and Cebu, mga iba't all over the country, mayroong 20 schools na napakataas na score. Gusto namin pag-aralan kung ano ang ginagawa nila. And I'm very sure that yung issues na bringing up mo are very relevant. Kaya kasama sa amin yung nutrition problem. Alam mo si Cabsec Carlo Nograles is very about hunger and poverty. Yun ang kanyang tinututukan palagi. Kasi a hungry child, of course, cannot learn as much as a well-fed child. Hindi naman yung overfed, no? So tama yung sinasabi ninyo, and so we'll probably have to discuss this with my fellow cabinet members. So maharap natin itong mga challenge na ito. And it's not only Mindoro Occidental. I believe, Yusek Alain, in places where you have all the 4 that Maria Fe mentioned, you can be sure there might be a last mile school there.
Yes, ma'am. There are.
Last mile schools sa Mindoro. Oo. At saka binibigyan sila ng priority sa pag-distribute budgets. Oo. Okay.
Yung ang mandate po kasi ng DepEd, para malaman din ng mga kasama natin sa media, is the providing basic education. The mandate of electricity rests on the National Electrification Administration. Even the mandate of internet connectivity is within the mandate also of the Department of Information, Communications and Technology, DICT. No, kaya tinutulungan tayo ng mga yan. But even though mandate ng DICT yung internet connectivity, mandate ng NEA yung electricity, sa DepEd, yung sa last mile schools, ma'am, ay meron din tayong solar panel. We use renewable energy so that we can fire up our schools and so that they can have energy and electricity. Ang problem lang kasi rito during the pandemic is it's not only the schools ang affected, kundi households. So when it comes to households having having the presence or absence of electricity, now that falls under the mandate of the National Electrification Administration and the different electric cooperatives throughout the country. No, yan yung kailangan nating i-distinguish. Huwag naman ibaling lahat sa DepEd yung electricity at saka yung internet connectivity dahil hindi po yan talaga
lalo na yung poverty.
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo, yung poverty. Multi-causal yung poverty. At daming pinanggalingan yan. Okay.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary. Director Nina, may mga katanungan pa po ba sa inyo?
Oo, thank you, Ma'am Shino. Bago tayo magpaalam, meron tayong isa pang question dito. Ito naman ay galing sa DYPR Palawan kay Mr. Romeo Luzares. So yung tanong niya po is, siguro anuhin ko na lang yung question kasi pinadala lang po yung question, no? So eto po. Ano ba ang nagiging motivation ni DepEd sa paghatid ng edukasyon kahit may pandemic? At ano naman ang gustong ma-achieve or ano ba ang end goal ni DepEd ngayong school year?
Isa lang ang sagot ko niyan, Yun ang challenge na binato ko sa United Nations General Assembly. By General Assembly, I mean yung mga permanent delegates doon sa United Nations. Kasama na ang delegate ng Pilipinas. Ang sinabi ko lang doon is education must continue. Kasi sa ating karanasan, the most recent of which before the pandemic is Marawi. We continued with the schooling of the children, we absorbed them, we enrolled them, we accepted the teachers who also made Bakwet. And then we made also our facilities available as evacuation centers like in Iligan. And we even cooperated in the housing projects for Marawi. And we were able to do it, and I should have brought along, Alain knows this, an entire bag, Maria Fe. Oo. I like to watch the faces. I like to watch the faces of my audience, and I like to watch their eyes, especially sa klase. Oo, basa ba yung buhok mo? Oo. Anyway, so yun ang experience natin sa Marawi, nagpapakita na pwedeng magpatuloy ng edukasyon. During the World War II na kapanahonan pa, hindi pa pinanganak ng mga lolo't lola ninyo, schools continued, dalawang klaseng school, the school set up by the Japanese regime and the alternative schools out there in the mountains, hindi talaga tumigil, and that's how I learned how to read and to write. Oo. So, hindi natin, ang challenge is the same. Iisa lang ang education must continue. Patigilin mo ng isang taon, ng isang bata, 10-year-old, magiging 11 years old, iba na ang expectations ng bata, iba na ang dapat matutunan ng bata. At saka, crucial, halimbawa sa math, I believe that expertise in math and science has to start with basic education. Hindi yung high school na. It's the same also as grammar. Pag halimbawa, college ka na mag-aral ng grammar in another language, it's going to be very difficult na. Kasi na-ingrained na yung mga sentence patterns mo at saka yung vocabulary mo, etc. etc. So, yun ang iisa lang yung message namin, iisa lang yung objective. Education must continue in whatever form, in wherever it is located. And ang konstitusyon nagsasabi each child has the right to obtain quality education. Yun ang tinatarget natin, yung quality. Because we have the numbers. What is important is the quality. And the PISA assessment showed that. By the way, hindi ang PISA results cannot be laid at the door of the DepEd, present leadership of DepEd, because PISA started in the year of our Lord 2000. We only joined in 2018. And PISA assessment is the result of decades and decades of education policy. So, hindi natin yan masabi. Kami lang yan. My next, you will notice that I am writing some accounts of what is happening in DepEd. I'm reminded of the movie, I don't know kasi hindi din panahon niyo. They don't shoot messengers, do they? Oo. For the longest time since the time of Sophocles, mga messengers na magdala ng message from one king to the other, kung hindi nila nagustuhan ng message, pinapatay yung messenger. Oo. Kasi sinisisi yung messenger, galit, etc. Until the practice was also stopped. We were the messenger. We are the mirror in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Who is the fairest of them all? Who is the brightest, the most intelligent, etc., etc. We look into the mirror. And the image, of course, cannot be blamed on the present DepEd. I don't know about that. Pero hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin niya nakakalimutan na ang dami nang ginawa ng DepEd to respond to the PISA findings, which we don't deny at all. Ang gusto ko lang sana emphasize that you have these 20 schools which have superior delivery in PISA. Oo. So, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. And yes po, we've come to the end of our press conference. Bago po tayo magpaalam, meron po ba kayong final message para sa lahat ng nakasama natin sa talakayan ngayong araw na ito?
Wala na siguro dahil 3 oras na ata ako nag-explain, no? Because I do try my best to give context to what is happening in the DepEd. At saka ang bigatin itong panel natin, no less than 4 undersecretaries nandito at saka may mga directors pa, just in case you have more detailed questions. So thank you for attending this press conference. Thank you for your frank questions. And also congratulations to Region 4B for organizing this and to pass. And this is an idea which I believe has been quite effective, to go direct to the regions so that the regional media, regional officials will know what is really happening in the light of so many speculations. So salamat na salamat sa inyo. At saka kung may question kayo, daanin nyo sa regional directors, or kasi every week nagkikita kami ng regional directors at saka ng ating mga central office directors. So salamat din Roger at Rachel for keeping USIC Jess company, just in case you want more details about our programs. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Since nagpasalamat na si Secretary, kayo naman, Ma'am She, meron ba kayong mga nais?
Ay, salamat pala sa cultural numbers.
Salamat po, Secretary.
First time ko narinig yung unang kanta eh.
Magpapadala pa po kami ng marami pa pong kanta kay Secretary. Galing po sa Palawan Choral at iba pa pong choral.
Yes, very rich ang Palawan.
Opo.
Region 4B, the rest of Region 4B, very rich culture.
Okay, maraming salamat po Secretary Liling and Director Nina. Nais lang po namin pasalamatan ng ating po mga kasamahan sa media na katuwang po natin sa ating mga information campaign. Ito po ang PIA MIMAROPA at ang kani-kanila pong provincial chapters, Radyo Comalindi, Manila Times, Romblon News Network, GMA Marinduque, Provincial Government Office of Occidental Mindoro, Radyo Palawenyo, DYPR Palawan, Alpha News Philippines, at syempre ang ating pong 3 learners mula sa aming 3 malalaking school sa Mimaropa. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ma'am She. And syempre sa mga kaibigan natin mula sa press at media, kung nawala man po kayo in the middle of the call dito sa Zoom meeting natin, pwede nyo pa rin pong i-review yung ating live stream. Pwede nyo pa rin i-check ang ating official Facebook page ng Mimaropa para makita nyo po muli yung mga kasagutan ni Secretary at ng mga nakapanayam nating USEC. At kung meron pa man pong questions na hindi pa natin nasagot doon sa or dito sa press conference natin, pwede rin pong idaan sa ating Regional Information Office. Tama po ba, Ma'am She?
Tama
Pwede
po.
pa rin ipadala yung questions at pipilitin po namin sagutin lahat po ng inyong mga katanungan. Ayan, maraming salamat sa lahat po ng nakisama sa atin. Thank you to our undersecretaries. At syempre, sa paglaan ng oras at panahon, maraming salamat Secretary Lenore Magtolis-Briones. Dito nga po nagtatapos ang press conference at gaya nga po ng adhikain ng ating kagawaran, sana'y patuloy pa rin tayong magkaisa para sa pag-aaral ng ating kabataan. Magkaisa sa aksyon, magkaisa sa solusyon. Muli kasama Si Ma'am Shea, ako po si Nina Bianca Sanglay at ito po ang Edu Aksyon, aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon.
At dyan po nagwawakas ang ating programa. Maraming salamat po sa inyong panonood. Salamat sa lahat ng ating nakasama para sa matagumpay na exclusive Facebook airing ng virtual regional visit ng ating mahal na kalihim.
Salamat po sa DepEd Central Office, lalong-lalo na sa ating putihing kalihim, Secretary Liling, para sa pagbisita sa DepEd MIMAROPA. Hindi man ito face-to-face gaya ng dati, ang virtual visit naman na ito ay nagbigay muli ng inspirasyon sa aming lahat upang lalong mapagbutihin ang pagtupad sa aming tungkulin para sa mga mag-aaral.
Maraming salamat din sa ating mga kasamahan at kaibigan mula sa Public Affairs Service para sa pagbibigay sa atin ng isang na namang great learning opportunity. Isa po itong karangalan at karanasan na di namin malilimutan. Para sa aming mga kasamahan sa Regional Office at sa 7 Schools Division Offices, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga bisita mula sa media, maraming salamat sa suporta at oras na inyong ibinigay para sa programang ito. Matamang salamat kay inyong tanan. Ako po si Janine Roma D. Rodriguez.
At ako naman po si Kim Andrew D. Cabral. Magkikita-kita tayo muli sa susunod na edisyon ng pagbisita ng ating kalihim sa iba't ibang rehiyon.
Dito lang sa Edu Aksyon.
Aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon.
Thank you so much po, Secretary.
May photo op pa po. Sir,
Ang DepEd ang
may photo op
nag-appear sa inyo.
Meron pa ba?
May photo op pa po.
Ay, photo op pala.
Dito kayo, tali kayo para makita nila kayo.
Para maano,
Yusek
para ma-record.
Yusek Des, salamat po.
Saan si Susan?